Todo bien. Habla de acá o de aquí.
De acá, ¿por qué no se pasa, no?
No, está apagado, pero lo pueden encender si quiero usarlo.
Está bien. Hola, todos.
Hello, everyone.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Bien, bienvenidos a un
Welcome
segundo día de la
to the
Semana de la
second day
Agricultura
of
Digital.
the
Para los
Digital
aquellos
Agriculture
que no me
Week. For
conocen,
those of
yo
you who might not
soy
know me, I
Alicia
am Alicia Yucantara.
especialista
I'm a
del programa
specialist
de
of
digitalización
the
aquí en ICA.
digitalization
Y bueno,
program here at
junto con el
ICA.
equipo y
And
sobre la
together with the
organización del
team, I
evento,
am part of the organizers of
yo
the
sí hablé con
event.
muchos de
I
ustedes,
spoke to many
principalmente
or
por
with many
correo
of
en
you,
los últimos
especially
meses y
via email,
principalmente en el último par de
and
semanas.
especially during the
Así
past
que es un
couple of
gusto
weeks. So
enorme
it is a
verlos
great pleasure
finalmente
to
verlos en
finally
persona.
see you here in
Hoy
person.
iniciamos el segundo round
Today we're starting
de
with the second round
actividades
of activities,
y espero que aún no estén
and
cansados
hopefully
porque
you're not
tenemos una
tired yet
agenda un
because
poquito
our
intensa hoy.
agenda is a bit intense
Bueno,
today.
la dinámica será
So
similar con la de
we
ayer.
are going to have pretty
Tendremos
much the same dynamics
dos
as yesterday.
sesiones
We're going to have two
temáticas
sessions,
principales.
thematic
Una que es
sessions.
sobre la
One
digitalización de
that
los servicios
has
climáticos
to
y la
do
otra
with
sobre la
climate services,
integración de los
digitation
servicios
of climate services,
financieros.
and digitization
Además,
of
tendremos
financial services.
dos sesiones
Then
más
we're going to have
cortas,
two
una de
shorter
la
sessions, one that
digitalización
has to
sobre
do
la
with
perspectiva
digitation
de
on the
los institutos
perspective
de
of
investigación
research
y la otra
institutes,
que está a
and the
cargo
other
de
one that is in
McKinsey.
charge of
Cuando bajen
McKinsey.
a la pausa
When
el
you
café
go
abajo, van
downstairs
a
for the
ver que
coffee
hay muchos
break, you're going to
pósters
see that there are many posters.
y bueno, esos
And so
pósters traen
those
soluciones
posters have
digitales
digital
de algunos
solutions
de los
of
actores
some
que
of
nos
the players
acompañan
that are joining
en
us
esta
here
semana,
during this
pero
week.
quiero decir que es
But
solo 30
let me
minutos
tell you that
y
we only have
regalillos
30
que
minutes for
por
that
la
coffee
tarde
break.
hay un
But don't
espacio
worry,
especial para
there's a special
recogerlos
time this
y
afternoon
bueno,
for you
conocer
to
más de
look
cerca
around,
todas
check
las
the
soluciones
posters,
que
and
tenemos
look at all
para
the solutions
presentar.
that we have to present to
Les
you.
recuerdo también que,
Let me allow
bueno, toda
you, let me
programación
remind
está
you
siendo transmitida
that
en vivo en
everything
las
is being
redes sociales del ICA,
broadcasted
así que si quieren
via
invitar
ICA's social
a un
media.
amigo que
So if
los
you want to
acompañe.
invite
Y
any
bueno,
friend to
solo
join
eso,
us,
quería
you may do
darles
so.
la
So I
bienvenida.
just wanted to welcome
Les
you
deseo a
today,
todos
and I
un
wish
día
you
de
all
trabajo
a very
excelente, que
fruitful
aprovechen
and
mucho
excellent
todos los
workday.
aportes que tenemos
May
hoy.
you seize
Y
all
bueno,
the
estamos a
inputs that you'll be
disposición
listening
para
to
lo
today,
que
and we are
necesiten.
here at your
Así que
service if you need
bienvenidos
anything. So welcome.
y le paso la palabra ahora a
And let me
Romina,
give the floor
Romina
to
Ordóñez
Romina
David, que
Ordóñez from
está
ITV,
encargada del
who is in charge
primero bloque.
of today's first block.
Erin,
Aaron, Rodrigo,
Julián.
Julian.
Hola.
Hello.
Bueno, buenos días.
Well, good
a todos y
morning,
todas.
everyone.
Es un honor
It is a
moderar
great
el
honor
primer
to be
panel
able
del
to be the
día
moderator of the first panel of the day
herramientas
on
digitales para la
digital
producción
technologies
y
for
diseminación de servicios
the
climáticos
development and distribution
para
of climate
agricultores
services
agropecuarios.
for agricultural producers.
Como verán, tiene
As you
bueno,
know, or
he
as you
ganado
can see, we
pertenecer
have some
algunos en
very
persona,
distinguished
otros van a estar conectados de manera
panel
virtual.
members
¿Por qué hablar
online and on
de servicios
site.
climáticos
Why do we
para
need to
el
talk
agro?
about
Primero, creo que acá
climate
igual la mayoría lo tiene bastante
services
claro.
for the
El clima
agricultural
incide en decisiones
sector?
críticas
Well, climate
de siembra, cosecha o de
is
insumos.
key for the
Y
use of
también creo que todos sabemos
inputs
que el
and for
cambio
the crops
climático
and
está
for sowing and
afectando
everything. So the climate
indicadores
change is
históricos y
definitely
variables
affecting
climáticas
historic patterns
que han
of
utilizado los
climate
productores
variables
por
that
décadas para tomar
producers have
decisiones.
used all
Y
their
obviamente
life
esas
to make
decisiones
decisions, and
críticas
therefore these critical
requieren de mejor
decisions
información para
require
ser más
better
acertadas.
information to
En
make
este
the
contexto
best
tener pronósticos
decisions. So it is
meteorológicos,
important to
pronósticos
have
climáticos, se ha
important
transformado en
climate
una herramienta muy relevante para la adaptación de los
forecast is key for the
Los modelos
decision-making process
pronósticos
of
pueden
producers.
ser
And
insumos
these
muy
forecast may also be useful for other types of information that may support producers, such as alerts, recommendations of measures that they can adopt. So, more sophisticated recommendations like the spreading of a pest or a disease. So, there is great potential for this to support agriculture. So, this is a field that is being also impacted by artificial intelligence models. So we can get faster and more precise results from AI. And so the potential to generate this in a cheaper and faster way, and how can we make sure this reaches the producers who do not have this relevant and on-time information? Well, Jeremiah mentioned this yesterday, and all traditional extension programs are not enough nowadays to reach at the speed that is required and to the number of producers that you would like to reach, of course. And as we all know here, with digital technologies, we can send personalized information and massive information at a very low cost compared to our previous pathways, just to provide, for example, a climate alert, for example. So this marks a difference, it makes a difference. We have had some RCTs that show the importance of disseminating this sort of information, particularly in Colombia, that it looks into some important cost savings in terms of labor for those who receive this methodological information. So that's why at ADB we're working with Forscale, and Erin is going to talk about Forscale. So we are starting with Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and Chile very quickly for the dissemination through digital means on climate services. So we can then tell you the outcomes in the future, hopefully, in another Digital Agriculture Week. So I'm going to introduce now the panel members, and hopefully we'll be talking, we will be able to see or look at the role that we can play in providing better climate and weather information and how to disseminate it in a better way to reach the producers in the region massively. So we're going to start with the keynote presentation by Erin. Eric Conglan de Perez is an associate professor in the Friedman School of Nutrition Science and Policy at Tufts University, where she also serves as director of research at the Feinstein International Center. In parallel, she serves as a technical advisor at the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center. Her work is at the intersection of science, policy, and practice, with a prominent focus on climate risk management and anticipation of disasters such as droughts, floods, and heat waves. Go ahead, Erin, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Well, thank you so very much. So, I would like to talk to you about forecasts. And the first thing I would like to do is to speak well of climate forecast and then talk about the three problems that we have in the current use of said forecasts. So, why do we want to commend weather forecasts? Well, I was working with the Peruvian Red Cross a few years ago, and the idea is that we wanted to prevent disasters by using the forecasts. And my colleagues asked me, so I had a colleague that said, okay, so Irene, we need in 3-week forecast with 95% of accuracy for floods, because we need time to prepare ourselves and evacuate people and everything. And I told her, but we cannot forecast with 3 weeks in advance with a 95% of accuracy accuracy rate. So I realized that people do not appreciate what we have currently in terms of forecasts. Back in 1961, the president of this country was born. At this time, there were no computers. No large computers, no weather forecasts. All we had was patterns. There were scientists with the statistical patterns, and people had indigenous information that said that whenever we have these wings and these clouds, it's going to rain. Well, can you imagine that back in 1989, we already had forecasts, meteorological forecasts based on large computers, on physical characteristics. But at this time, a 7-day forecast was incorrect over 50% of the time. 7-day forecast. So we knew we were improving our scientific forecasts, and we have been improving them throughout our lives. We call it a silent revolution because it happened very slowly. And today we have forecasts, and we don't realize how amazing it is that we can see the future now. And now we are at a time where we can improve our forecasts in an amazing way by using artificial intelligence. AI models allow us to generate forecasts in a faster way, in a more precise manner. They are very easy to use and easily customized. And today we are at a time where we're going to improve forecast in even more in the forthcoming years. So is this a miracle? For centuries and centuries, humans wanted to foresee the future. And today we do it. We do it on a daily basis. We check the forecast on our phones every day. So this is something absolutely incredible. And now then human beings can actually foresee the future. We have 3 main problems. At least 3 for today. So first of all, weather forecasts are not reaching many people. There's an estimate that says that there are 500 million small farmers that do not have access to weather forecasts. This is incredible. This should be happening in 2025. What is happening? And we also have some disaster forecasts that is actually amazing that people are not receiving this disaster forecast whenever they need them. The most deadly hurricane in the past few years was one that went by Myanmar, and many people died because they did not receive a forecast for this hurricane because the government at Myanmar was not doing this. In Texas this year, in my country, many children died in floods because there were no alerts for them. And the messages were not reaching them to evacuate. This is in 2025. So there are many initiatives to focus on this issue, and one of these is Aim for Scale. And you probably heard about this before, so I want to show you this again. Last year, they made a forecast dissemination effort in India last year, and so they sent forecast messages that the rain was going to start in India. They sent this information to 38 million farmers, 38 million farmers, and it was quite cheap to do so. And they designed the messages with focus groups to see what the farmers wanted to know and how to tell them the information. So this is what we need to do, and much more throughout the world. Problem number 2. Many of the forecasts that we do, and I'm a scientist, a weather scientist, so I'm part of this group. So many of the forecasts we do are not relevant. We are in the atmosphere. This is, for example, a seasonal forecast. We do seasonal forecasts several months in advance for rain. And normally, this forecast let us know what is the total amount of rain that might fall during the season. But oftentimes, farmers do not want to know this. They want to know when the season is going to start, when they need to plant a seed. And so, what we need to do is use the technology that we currently use and our new AI models and make different forecasts of different variables to forecast humidity, forecast things that farmers are interested in. And there are many opportunities to do this, and there are many decisions in the life of a farmer that may be based on forecasts. They do not want to apply a pesticide if it's going to start raining hard in the forthcoming days, but they also need to choose which crop or which plants they're going to sow. And so all these decisions are based on forecasts. One of the problems is that there are no clear mandates on who should do these forecasts. Is it the responsibility of the weather people? But weather people say, no, we are in the atmosphere. We are not going to forecast something for agriculture. And the people in agriculture say, but we are not in the forecast. How can we do this? And I think we need more partnerships also with the private sector. And you who have more ideas on how to go about this. And for skill, this initiative, they are providing training to the weather people and also to the agricultural services so that they can learn together on how to use this technology. And we hope that we will be able to use it to do new forecasts, something different and something better for agriculture. Okay, third problem. Many of the forecasts are not usable. Even if they arrive, even if they are interesting and relevant, people cannot eat information. So, if you tell some farmers, particularly small farmers, okay, it's going to rain, it would be a good idea to do your crop before your regular date, but people cannot rent the equipment necessary for the crop. Well, they won't go to for the harvest, sorry, they won't be able to do the harvest. And so we need support from all ends so that people can actually use the forecasts. We run a study in Southern Africa, and we wanted to see if whenever there is El Nino event, if farmers change what they sow. Well, El Nino is associated with droughts in Southern Africa. Obviously, farmers know this. And so what we were expecting to see was for people to plant more sorghum whenever there is an El Nino event forecasted and less corn because sorghum is more resilient to droughts. But what we saw, it was not that. People planted less of both. They did not grow corn nor sorghum. And the cultivated area was reduced during the El Nino years. So what did farmers do? I really don't know. This was a large scale data study. I don't know what they did. I don't know if they went to the cities and worked there. We don't know. But this was not a solution that was actually working for people. Changing the crop maybe was too difficult. and there was a risk, and so they did not want to plant much during the drought season. So that's it. That's what they did. So we need to understand better how people act with or what people do with the forecast and help them make better decisions. So let me go back, almost to conclude. Let me go back to Peru. This was at the end a very good story. We worked together to carry out early detection systems based on forecasts. So we need to define in these plans what are the forecasts we're monitoring, which forecast and what is the likelihood that we want to act upon, what actions we are going to adopt, who will make these decisions or actions, and who's going to pay for all this. So in Peru, for example, they have many plans, but one has to do with floodings in the Amazon region. So they are monitoring the forecast of rivers. And whenever there's a forecast for a likelihood or certain likelihood, they give money to the people who live in the area. And they also give other things, but also money, so that they can use the forecasts for them to be able to act based on the flooding forecast. There are many examples. There's another one that has to do with cold waves with veterinary kits. And there are many of these plans at the humanitarian level around the world. And so the idea is to develop a plan that says, okay, this forecast tells us that it's worthwhile to do this other thing, because we're all talking about probability, and we need to define who has the responsibility to act, who has the responsibility to communicate, and all this. So my thesis is that forecasting the future is an insufficient miracle. We need to see, even though it is a miracle, we need to invest together and make sure that people are receiving the forecast, that they are receiving usable, relevant forecasts, and that they also know what to do, and that they have the ways to act when forecasts arrive. Thank you. Thank you very much, Aaron. Your presentation was quite interesting and very clear, concise. Now we have a few minutes for questions. One or two questions. Jeremias? Hello. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. I wanted to ask you, well, the final message was very clear, and it also calls upon different actions that need to be undertaken, where information is quite valuable, but there's something else in the last mile for this information to generate value. So, how do you think we should go about this? How to execute it, implement it, and what should we be doing in the region? Thank you. Well, I don't think there's a single solution, but many. We need to use this technology, the digital technology, more to communicate with people, first of all. Then we also need to define our mandates. Someone in his or her job description should have developing better forecasts for the agriculture, and then have the necessary channels to communicate things to people, and with a feedback loop, so that people can say, no, it's not working, I'm not using it, that's it. So this would be very important. And also we need to define the protocols, the action protocols. I believe those to be very important. Because if you have a forecast, and oftentimes people say, oh yeah, it's good to know, it's interesting to know, I would like to know, but we need to tell them, no, this is what you can do to improve your crop this year with this forecast. It is quite obvious. And with the resources to do it, I think all of this is very important. So you need a partnership between the academia. I want to help, for example, but particularly with the weather people, the climate service, agricultural services, and the private sector, because they have lots to do in this sense. Juan, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to know, what is your opinion with regards to the forecast status in the long term? That is to say, weather scenarios adapted to the forecast on climate change, because this is information that when planning crops in the long term, let's say we're talking about permanent crops, that would be essential for us to adapt to climate change. And also, regarding the indicators that we often obtain from the weather information, are oftentimes basic and non-specific with regards to the agroclimate needs. For example, how many hours are needed, cold hours are needed in a crop. So sometimes we need some adaptation to occur for everything to assist farmers in their realities. There's not only emergency situations such as floods and droughts, but the day-to-day things that happen in crops. Yes, with regards to climate change, what we see is that there's lots of information on climate change, many simulations and all. But I think that the agricultural sector knows what was going to happen or what is going to happen. But what we're exploring now is scenarios. For example, if the climate change models say the average is going to be a 2% increase of rain. Well, that is not that useful. We cannot make that many decisions based on that information. So what we're doing, and I can talk about this more later on, is to see or look at some interesting models. What would be the drought? What would be the flooding? What is the history there? And talk to people about their stories. And so there are like 5 stories. In the future, there are 5 possible stories of what things that can happen. We are ready. What is it that we're gonna do if this first scenario happens, and if the second scenario happens, third scenario happens, and so on, to disaggregate this a little bit. And what was the second question? I forgot it. I forgot the second question. Was there a second? Yes, a specific agricultural and climate indicators with, for example, the phenological status of crops. We need some specific work on that.
Well, I come from the forecast world, so I was looking for indicators to say, okay, in the future, how many times will temperature go beyond what is appropriate for corn in this area or maize? Well, I could not see it. So I believe this is something we need, especially more plant-specific things. And there's a lot of people that are using AI for the crop model. And this will help us better understand which indicator during the season was most important for X, Y, or Z crop, and we can see that in the crop modeling. But we need further research on that. Thank you, Erin, and thank you for your questions. Now let us move to a virtual presentation Walter Britkin, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Walter, are you connected? Yes, there you are. We see you. Walter Britkin is researcher and professor at the International Research Institute for Climate and Society at University of Columbia. He works on connection between climate, agriculture, and natural resources with emphasis on developing sustainable production resilient to climate change. Walter, we hear you. Excuse me, the interpreters cannot hear you. I regret I am not there in person in Costa Rica. It has been difficult. Allow me to share the screen. Yes, we can see it. I know. Okay. I was very pleased to see Erin after so much time. We worked together for several years. And she has covered several of the things I wanted to refer to. I was asked to talk about climate services. I guess first we must understand what climate services is all about. Well, in reality, this is a process based on 4 pillars. Generate climate information, translate it to make it into something comprehensible and usable, relevant, useful, and then transfer it to the most appropriate agencies and then use it. Use it what for? To inform decisions at the producer level, at the level of public policies. So the first thing I believe, and this was clear in Erin's presentation, is that where are all the weaknesses in the process? It sounds beautiful process. We generate information, we translate it into something comprehensive and relevant, and we transfer it to people that can use it and then use it. Clearly, this is not perfect. So basically in line with what Erin was mentioning, we must examine the order of these pillars. We are used to beginning with the generation part, and that is the problem. The process should really begin over here. What are we going to use this climate service for? Instead of having a bunch of information and then see if we can use it, which is usually the process we follow. We generate information and then we see, okay, how can I use it? No, let us begin with the problem. What is the decision? No, what is the public policy we are trying to inform through that climate service? That is why it is so important. One of the lessons that our institute learned over 30 years is the concept of co-producing. Involve the user, involve the end user, right from the beginning of the process to ensure that whatever we generate and everything we do after that, first of all, has the end user as most important element, and there are opportunities for modern technologies, digital technologies, AI, the area of generation. Okay, what is the typical problem in developing nations? Well, the lack of information. If we do not have the climate information, the past, it will be very difficult to have good forecasts and historical analyses, and it would be impossible to use that information from the past. There are situations that are limiting factors, and allow me to share 2 examples that are extreme, but in Latin America, we have similar examples. One of the examples is Madagascar in the 1990s. Here we see the weather stations providing weather information normally. Notice how in the 1990s in Madagascar, they begin to defund the weather services, and the number of weather stations reporting information went to being 1/3 of what they were in the past. And then dramatic situations, as we can see in Rwanda, where for a period of 15 years, basically, there was limited or even zero information. So the only way to help these problems, well, I was mentioning that in Latin America, we have similar situations in this case, where we started to defund the weather services. So there was little information available, which is fortunately starting to change now. But how can we improve this situation? Let me give you an example of what our institute did in a project that we call ENAC, where we use information available. This is for Ethiopia, and that is combined with the remote sensing instruments and with climate models. And bringing all of this together, we develop a daily weather databases that are significantly enhanced. This has been very helpful, particularly in the African countries. And there's a big opportunity to continue using modern technologies, artificial intelligence, digital technologies to improve this process. Here's the website of our institute, and the work being done is very interesting. This is something perhaps that could be considered for Latin America. Okay, so that is the part of generation. The biggest challenge, however, and quoting Aaron, is that I believe it is not really in generating, but in what comes later or the next steps. In this image, at least, translate and transfer. Here, there are very interesting experiences in Uruguay. We just developed a system that basically says that part of the climate scenarios could include, must include historical information over the last 30, 40 years, wonder whether this is an El Nino or La Nina year, and use forecasts, whatever's available, either for days or weeks or months. And then after that, sit down with a farmer and say, okay, for example, okay, in the last 30, 40 years, what would have happened if I had sown X or Y crop or given variety with a given cycle? What would have been the best fertilizing or spraying process? Basically, this can generate a simulation model that allows farmers to see what would have happened if it was an El Nino La year or a La Nina, or if the next year will be is expected to be El Nino or La Nina, which best management practices and input should be applied. So there's a very important role here for artificial intelligence and for modern data management technologies to use a series of combinations, thousands of combinations, through historical records or this year, which is going to be a La Nina year or El Nino year. What can I use of this information? Artificial intelligence and modern technologies, you can use thousands of combinations, and with that, try to use the systems and assess risk, etc. So it is fundamental here to think of who we are working with. In the global system, we realize that the key agent is the extension agent, the producer's advisor that can understand sufficiently about climate, but also how the producer makes his own decisions. Okay, so we must think of that guest agent to transfer all this information. And the last part, the big challenge is how to utilize all of this. The approach we use at EDE is a concept we use ready, set, go. So ready? If we have a 3 or 6 month forecast, okay, we can start the plan. So what should we plant? More resistant to drought, less resistant? What variety? What cycle? When to sow? What type of land to use? And for weeks, our weekly forecast, okay, we can start planning irrigation and prepare for major pests, and even more advanced, they can begin to prepare for harvest. And then the go. Ready, set, go, go. Basically, we finally decide when to sow or when to apply pesticide or when to fertilize. Conceptually, sounds reasonable, but what is the challenge? We do not have continuous forecasts, ongoing forecasts that can go, for example, from a few days to 6 months. What we do have are seasonal forecasts, just to have a probabilistic idea of what may happen with the temperature and rainfall in the next 3 to 6 months. And incipient subseasonal forecasts. Climate science is investing very much in these short term, the next 2 weeks to 1 month. What is already available, which are the seasonal forecasts, these are available sometimes when there is El Nino or La Nina in the Pacific and in some regions, not all, there are a good weather forecasts for covering 3 to 6 months. So how can digital technologies and artificial intelligence help? Well, that is what we have been talking about. Although we do not have very accurate forecasts, looking back in history, how can we learn from all the statistics? What are management measures that best adapt and that are least variable? Well, with the possible weather-based and history-based forecast, and with the current costs or prices, and connected to that, for example, what can a grower do based on the information available? And the last part of this is, and this is, I leave it open for discussion with you as a comparison. When we have information that a producer has and the price related to it, no doubt the price expectation informs decisions, obviously, for farmers and at the level of public policies also. So what is the type of information a producer or a person involved in public policy makes? And Bloomberg said that what to expect for soy prices in this year, 2025, and says international soy prices have been facing the downward trend or downward pressure, and this trend could prevail. Soy faces downward pressure this year, but climate and policy could change that trend. That is, the information received by producers is qualitative. Quite pessimistic in this case. Why qualitative? Well, if someone said, if an economist should dare say that in April next year, soy prices will be $395 per ton, nobody's going to take that seriously. Everybody knows that is just a bunch of garbage. But this type of information informs decisions. Those are price expectations. In the best of cases, I can say, well, this year we are a bit pessimistic. So when based on that, I will make my decision. What could we expect from climate expectation if we receive that type of information? Walter, excuse me, we are going beyond time. Just to let you know, to start wrapping up. Okay. What does this year forecast for our institute be like? This is expected rainfall for October, November, historically in this region. What does this year forecast say? That the probability of rainfall is less than historic. This is quantitative information, but the users consider that is not enough. They expect more. And so the question I pose is, why is this the case? Is it because the information is probabilistic or is not understood or I did not say enough? So let us compare this to the economic information. Okay, And in Andy, there are many opportunities for these new modern technologies for the generation, translation, and transfer and decision making, etc. Let me say one thing. Evermore, I believe that we are still missing to continue working more with traditional intelligence to help understand the information, the limitations, compare it to the information, the pricing information, and how can we make this qualitative. And then after that, we have the emotional intelligence. How does a producer make choices? What is the role of climate and the world of variables a grower has? So, artificial intelligence, yes, but we should also use conventional intelligence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Walter. We heard you very clearly. And now we will go to another virtual presentation by Emmanuel Zapata Caldas. Emmanuel, I wonder whether you are listening to us. Hello, yes, I can hear you. Emmanuel Zapata Caldas is a scientist from the University del Valle and a part of CGIAR, where he focuses on capacity building in agricultural and ecosystem contexts. Go ahead, Emmanuel. We are all ears. Very well, thank you very much for the invitation. I want to confirm that you can hear me and see the screen. Yes, both. I thank IICA for the invitation to participate in such an important event and share the experiences we are developing regarding agroclimate community bulletins in Latin America, particularly in this case, Guatemala. To begin with, I would like to mention the challenge we have been facing to develop these bulletins or newsletters. How can we improve the adoption of agroclimate solutions by farmers in Latin America and the Caribbean? And we're talking about growers or producers because as in the previous conversation, we heard that we have to take that last mile to make the most autonomous decisions at the farm level as possible. And we have considered two important things here. We need an institutional commitment to sustainable generation of agroclimate information for all actors in the system, not just thinking of the technical users, but instead thinking of the producers on the farms and that need that receive understandable, comprehensible information, and that they receive agroclimate solutions as public assets. That information must be of public use, open source and open-ended, and we must co-design the tools and solutions that correspond to the needs and context of these users. Walter was just mentioning of thinking of who will be using that information, and that is why we have this design that we're thinking of. We must understand the context that the people live in, that are limited capacities, the enabling environment they may have to access information and use it. So what are we doing? Well, we are working with public and private partners, both in Guatemala, Honduras, and Colombia. And I'm just going to share the case of Guatemala today to generate the agroclimate bulletins. First of all, we get them involved in the human-centered vision with all the gender and social inclusion elements, including we must develop something for people. And it cannot be just for the average man that works in agriculture. No, it must be for the wife, for the children, for the entire family, all of those involved in agriculture. So what we want to do is cover that last mile in an effective manner. And we want to understand how those agroclimate services can be seen as public assets or goods. what is the human-centered design? I'm sure you already work on this, but I want to explain why we are implementing here at the university. And we must consider that people are co-designers. So we do not see these as external researchers. We involve producers and the technical experts that are with us to see the best solution. This, I am sure you have heard of IDEO.org. They use three fundamental criteria. These must be desirable tools for users, technically feasible, technically viable, and financially viable. By meeting these three criteria, there's a possibility of great success because it will not only depend on the time or the funds available to develop the tools, but also will also be something that the community or entity will use and continue to develop after the end of a given project. Here at the Alliance, we are applying this approach in the 5 phases here that begin by examining. Here we start about thinking what the problem is. We go out to the field and explore. We do research with the users. We go about creating, developing prototypes of possible solutions. And then we validate that process, testing with users. And finally, we implement prototypes to see the effectiveness of that solution, and then feedback the whole process to continue improving over time. So the main findings we have had in this process are basically focused on the following. Co-design must consider the enabling surroundings. We have to bring design expectations to ground with the reality of the communities. We must recognize traditional knowledge and include these in all the bulletins. Particularly, we have included always, we have tried to include the information in their own language. They can feel more ownership over the process. The bulletins are developed by the technical agroclimate working groups. And this is basically what we want to do is to supplement the different processes, because the bulletins basically are the ones that do cover that last mile, which is not happening with the bulletins coming from the agroclimatic working groups. And we must prioritize a multimedia information strategy. It is not just a PDF. No, we have to share bulletins in mobile responsive format, sharing it by WhatsApp or Facebook, radio spots for the local radio stations, printed bulletins also, because the enabling environment there, a lot of people do not have the internet or do not have the resources to purchase the mobile data. So they need a physical document, and person-to-person information is very important. People want physical interaction with the technical experts to better understand things. And we have created a series of user profiles. These are the profile of the farmers here. We always develop this both for men and for women to better understand the complexity of the family unit and how they are linked to agriculture. And here, as you can see, we select key elements, the objectives, the obstacles, the needs, the enablers, and the information channels they usually use to say, or to determine the type of solution to develop. In this case, bulletins. And we also have profiles for the technical experts, because they are the ones that come with the information and share it with the producers. And one must understand what the users are really reading. Here's an example of a bulletin in Guatemala for the Santa Rosa area. This is a PDF. That is the front page and a summary here of some of the pages on the bulletin. As you can see, it has many maps, colors, with text, yes, but basically this is to be seen on computers, technical aspect, language. This is basically for media intensive users. And basically, this is for the technical experts who share this with information after they filter it to the rowers because they do not have that literacy. And we're creating these other bulletins that are mobile, as you can see on the left side, adapted to the screen and simulate the experience of receiving images via WhatsApp. And these are much easier, showing the dates on which given departments will be affected, the noon phrases, and in recommendations we use social inclusion, family, and all those things. There are other images I was unable to include here, but basically this is to show you how we build the bulletin. On the right side, this is the printed bulletin. This is, we make these available at schools and agriculture centers. So we combine these two bulletins. If you want more information, you can see all this on our website with greater detail. The impact, well, we are empowering our partners. They are mainstreaming the importance of this approach and they make efforts to ensure that their teams can better understand the position and focus on the human beings when they work with the farmers. There's a greater participation of users in the development and adjustment of the bulletins, and that makes them happy because they are taking part of it. And there's a better scope of these reach of these agroclimate information. There are some smartphones that are very limited, and we have to consider all of these. If this is evidence of use, this is how we reach the different communities, as well as groups of women and men. And we're working with the Ministry of Agriculture in Guatemala. They have shown how these elements have been taken on or accepted by the communities. And over here to the right, we can see how the bulletin on the Facebook format. There's a possibility to interact and make comments. Okay, the seasonal forecast worked or did not work, etc. And the next steps, we can monitor and assess the impact of information. We have already started, but we're systematizing the information. The multimedia dissemination is very important to continue working with the technical experts in the field because we have realized we need to sit down with them and redefine how they share information. We must connect seasonal forecasts with weather forecasts to help better plan for the long term. And on the other hand, distinguish what has to be done immediately. Now, when the rainfall starts, we need to foster the inclusion of traditional knowledge. This gives value to the empirical knowledge, and we will be working not only in Santa Rosa and Chimaltenango, but in other provinces in the very near term. I hope I met my time frame. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel. The example that you told us about is quite interesting, knowing what these bulletins are doing to do this climate forecast or weather forecast related to what Walter was saying before and their importance for production. Now we have about a 15-minute period to be able to talk with the presenters. Questions? Please say your name. Hello, my name is Robinson Lopez. I'm from Identi. I come from Peru. And we work with small farmers, particularly in everything has to do with financial and digital transformation. And one of the challenges that we face is that we start talking about the risk in terms of climate for agriculture. And the idea is, the question is how to communicate information that is so scientific, so probabilistic. We know, what we want to know is how to interpret 70% of probability. What do we do with 70%? Let's say I might cover myself somehow, and then I take an umbrella to cover myself with the umbrella. But what happens when you want to plant on that day? If it rains, or if you want to dry your coffee, should I put the roof? Shouldn't I put the roof? So something that happened at some point was that we started saying it's very likely that it's going to rain. It might not rain, but I think it was still very hard for them to be able to bring this information down to the farmer in a way that they can actually use it somehow. Should I plant or not? Should I crop or harvest or not? So again, the information is quite scientific in nature. And so how do we bring it to a population that is not natively digital? What would be your recommendations? Because I think this is still one of the challenges. Because of the nature, it's difficult because of the nature of the information. Thank you for your question. I don't know if any of you would like to answer. Erin, would you like to start? Yes, but I think Emmanuel can also say something about it. Two things. Some studies have shown that farmers understand the probabilities. The concept of a probability is not as hard to understand. 50% chance or 60% chance, and so on and so forth. So it is not impossible to communicate something that is not 100%. What we do at the Red Cross in this example is that we define before the forecast arrives, because once the forecast arrives, it's hard to have many meetings. But before the forecast arrives, we say that if there's a 60% chance, is it worth giving money to these people? We know that 30% of the time we're going to act in vain, but is it worth it? Is it worth doing? Because right now we want to save lives, for example. So the people in the world of agriculture can do the same thing. Define beforehand with this probability. Our recommendation is so and so. So plant or something else. But together with the people to define these things in advance, to see what is worth doing depending on the probability. So in the long run, the farmer is the one who will decide. They might decide, no, I'm not going to do that. But with this preparation beforehand, we can give them some good piece of advice aligned to the forecasts. Walter? I wanted to say is that I agree with Erin, because I don't think the limitation is not that they do not understand the information in giving the probabilities, but there are two things. One, I want to insist with the example of the economic data. Farmers get informed about the expectation of prices, and the information that they give is very qualitative to general, and even so, they use it. That's the first thing. The second thing is that if you go to a physician because you have a headache and they send you to an MRI, when the doctor tells you what you need to do, they don't explain to you the outcome of refraction, diffraction, and the angle of the MRI. They take this information, the doctor takes this information, translate it to a information that is actually actionable by the patient. So the what you need to ask yourself is the person who is communicating the information, does this person have that capacity? The scientist is probably not the best person to talk to a farmer. The weather person is not necessarily the right person. They don't have an idea what's going on in the field. But we always need then an intermediary that might take this information and that knows the farmers and knows how farmers make decisions, and so that they can translate the information and integrate it. So I want to insist, please think what is the economic information that producers receive. And despite the qualitative and how vague it is, they use that information and that information is generated. So the same thing happens with the climate.
Gracias, Walter. Manuel.
Thank you, Walter.
Gracias por la
Manuel?
pregunta de
Well,
Robinson.
thank
Quería comentar
you
un poco sobre
for
lo
your
que
question, Robinson, and
mencionó
elaborating on
Eddie.
what was said by
Estaba
Aaron and
pensando
Walter.
que lo que hemos hecho
I
acá
was
es
thinking of what we have
investigación
done.
de usuario, ¿no? Entonces,
We
¿qué tipo de
have
lenguaje
done
se usa en
some
Guatemala
user
para
research.
decir cuándo
What
algo es
type of
una
language
categoría
do we
distinta
use in Guatemala?
al que se usa en Colombia?
Is different from what
Tenemos
is being used in
particularidades, entonces
Colombia.
no podemos
There are
simplemente
certain
como
particularities.
persona
So,
técnica decir, yo sé
as
que se
technical
dice
people, we cannot say,
lo
well,
que hace es
I
que uno tiene
know
que ir
that
y
this
preguntar
is
y
the
hablar con las
likelihood or
personas. Entonces, en
probability.
Guatemala lo que
But I need
encontramos
to
es
go and
que
talk to
hay que
people in
decir
Guatemala. What
puede
we
pasar
found is
sobre
that
tiempo
we
porque
need
hay
to say
una
it might start raining
institución que produce
between,
información
because
climática
there's
en
an
Guatemala
institution
que es
that
INSIBUME,
that
que ellos
in
tienen unas
Siume that
fechas probables que
produces
son
weather
básicamente
information,
pronóstico
and they have a
estacionario.
number of
Entonces puede
dates
empezar a
in their
llover, que
prognosis.
llueva
So it
entre
may
tal y
start
tal fecha,
raining between
pero en
this
Colombia
and
se
that
hace
date.
diferente
But in
entonces
Colombia, it is done differently.
ahí no hay una
And around the
respuesta,
world, it
digamos,
is done differently.
100%
There
clara
is
porque además
no
hay que ir y
clear,
hablar con las
100% clear
personas, ¿no?
answer.
Y en
What
el
you need to do is
caso
go and
de lo
talk
que
to the
mencionó
person, to
Walter
the
de los
people.
precios, en Colombia
And what Walter
encontramos
was
que la gente
saying
está muy
about the
interesada
prices
en
in
esa
Colombia,
información
we know
y la
that
pusimos en el
people are
currículo
very much
inicial de
interested in
Buenos
that
Días,
information.
incluir algunos
So we included
enlaces
some of
porque
those,
claro, pueden ser
some links in
QRs
our
que llevan a las
bulletins,
personas
or it can
a
be
conocer
QRs
cuáles
or
son los
QR
precios de la
codes that can
papa,
help
la
people know
yuca
what are the prices
en ese
for
trimestre y
potato
así
or
cuando llegue el
cassava
intermediario
and during
hay
that
más posibilidad
order.
también
And so
de
when the
negociar sus
intermediary
precios,
comes, they can
sobre, para
negotiate their
ponerlo un
prices
poco
better.
conectado con el tema
Just
de
to
los
give you an idea of what we do with regards to prices.
Quizás agregaría que
Yes, thank you. I
cuando uno
would
hace
add
digamos,
that
esquemas de
when
diseminación
we
digital,
do digital
tiene la
dissemination
ventaja de que se
schemes,
genera mucha información
much
de manera
information is
bastante accesible
generated
y ahí
in
entran
a
las
very
posibilidades de hacer
accessible
A/B
manner.
testing de
And so
distintos
you can do
formatos de
a different
comunicación
A/B
de la
testing of different
información.
formats of
Lo
communication
mencionó Paul
of
en
the
su
information.
presentación, o sea que el
Paul
A/B
mentioned
testing
this
también puede ayudar
during
a
his
hacer como el fine tuning, ¿no? De qué
presentation.
forma,
You can
como
do the
decía
fine tuning
también recién
with the A/B
Emanuel,
testing, and as Manuel
de qué
was
manera
saying,
comunicarlo,
how
sobre
to
todo respetando las
communicate
costumbres locales,
information,
lo que uno
taking into
entiende
consideration
de
the
las capacidades
local
locales para procesar
traditions and
la información.
how they process information.
Adelante.
Go ahead.
Muchas gracias.
Yes,
Pero yo
thank
quiero
you.
felicitar
I wanted to
sus intervenciones
congratulate
muy
the
interesantes
presenters for
todas.
their very interesting
Y quería
presentations.
incidir
And I would
en lo
I
que se ha
also wanted
planteado ahora, ¿no? La
to
utilidad
elaborate on
agronómica
what has been
de estos
said.
modelos climáticos, ¿no? De estos modelos
The
predictivos,
use
porque es
of
verdad
these
que
predictive
Paul hacía
models in
referencia, ¿no? Al
agriculture.
tipo de indicador,
We were
pero a
looking
veces
at the
no es
type
solo
of
el tipo de
indicator,
indicador,
but
sino la calidad de la
it's not only a matter
información
of the indicator, but
que
the quality
provee
of the information
ese indicador
provided
que a
by
veces,
that
bueno, pues
indicator.
no es una calidad suficiente
Maybe
para
the quality is
determinadas
not good enough
decisiones
for a number of
agronómicas, ¿no? Que hay que
agricultural
adoptar.
decisions that need
Porque
to
es
be
verdad que
adopted,
los modelos
because we know
climáticos globales,
that
bueno, pues
the
tienen unas
global
resoluciones
climate
espaciales
models
muy
have
amplias y
very
a veces
wide
pues no
spatial
consideran las
realms, and
condiciones
they might
locales
not
que hay
take
en el
into
medio
consideration the
rural
local
con una
conditions of the rural
orografía o con
area
unos
with
espacios, con
some
unas condiciones
specific
microclimáticas pues
geographic or
muy
microclimate
específicas y los
specific
errores en esos modelos
characteristics.
climáticos pues son
And so
muy
it,
amplios. Entonces,
most
la
models are too
preocupación esta
wide.
también la tenemos
So
nosotros
we are also
en la
concerned
Cátedra
with
de
regards
Inteligencia
to
Artificial
this
y
in
Agricultura
our
de la Universidad de
professorship
Córdoba,
at
cómo
the
podemos
University of Córdoba.
adaptar mejor
How can we
esos
adapt
modelos a las
these models
condiciones
better to
rurales, a
the
las
rural
condiciones locales,
conditions,
para
to
que
the
esas
local conditions,
decisiones pues,
so that
puedan
those
ser mucho
decisions
más
can
justas, ¿no?
be
Estamos trabajando en algunos
fair?
cultivos,
We are working
reduciendo,
on
por
a
ejemplo,
number of
errores
crops.
en
We are
temperatura, ¿no? De
reducing
9 a
mistakes
2 grados para
and
determinadas
temperature from 9 to
decisiones,
2
pues son muy
degrees
específicas.
that are
Pero nos
very
está
specific
costando,
to make a number of
Entonces quería
decisions. But it's
saber,
hard. It is hard
no
for
sé,
us.
qué
So I don't
tipo
know. I
de,
would like to know
si están
what if
trabajando
you're
algún,
working
en ese
on
sentido y si
in
hay
that
alguna
sense, or
forma, ¿no?
if there
que
is a
ustedes estén
way
pues, poniendo en marcha
for
para
you
esa
to
especificidad y adaptación
put
de los
this
modelos
in
globales a
place to
condiciones
adapt a
locales.
global
Gracias.
forecast to local conditions. Thank you. Well, this is our presentation. That's exactly what we're doing. Walter, I see your hands up. So, excuse me, it's very hard to hear, Walter. So, these global models with the statistic methods and dynamic methods can be better adjusted to a smaller scale. My question for the University of Córdoba is, what economic model are you using to predict prices of products? And what is the level of detail that you have to predict the price of products when you want to inform a corn producer? What price data do you provide them with? I think that answering this question, I'm sorry if I insist, but I'm very much curious about the difference of the two variables that inform the decisions of a producer, the climate and prices. We get very vague, qualitative, general information of prices, and from the weather we expected quantitative with lots of precision at the local scale. So what I still do not understand, and I apologize for that, is why out of the two variables that affect the greatest the decision-making process of farmers, are we expecting so very different things? Thank you, Walter. I don't know if somebody from the University of Córdoba would like to answer his question. In the question that I was asking, I'm talking about the decision on how to act to do something before a pest or before a disease arrives. And we do need some very precise climate information. It has nothing to do with prices, but we are working on that, but it's hard. It's hard to move forward in that sense. And with regards to prices, we are working with models because they were talking about soybean, for example. We're not working on that one, but for olive oil, that is a sector that there's an expectation on prices, and that conditions all the decisions adopted with regards to that crop. And so we're working with those models. And these are models that are not widely precise or accurate. And we need definitely to work on price prediction models, definitely, because they depend on many factors and we are not controlling many of them. So yes, we're working on that as well. Thank you. Emmanuel? Yes, as you all probably know, global models will always give us those trends that may be very varied. So what we're doing in Guatemala is that there is a public-private partnership between national research centers like ICC, which is the Climate Change Research Centers, and ISUMI. And so they are sharing their climate station information, and they're putting it all together on a database to be able to generate those precise or more precise forecasts. And all the stations, I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but they have data of over 30 years to be able to have more precise forecast. So by sharing and combining these public and private efforts, we are attaining more precise forecasts. No, we ran out of time. I know that there was another question somewhere there. Apologize for that. Now we're going to move to the private experiences. We're going to start with Suyana. Rodrigo Garcia is part of Suyana, a winning company in this edition for Bolivia. Suyana is dedicated to providing affordable insurance for farmers and fishermen against climate risks. Rodrigo, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you. That would be the other presentation, the one to the left. That one. Great, thank you. I think I'm going to take 15 seconds just to relax and wake up, I just want to tell you briefly what we are all about, what this project is all about. And I think it'd be good to start talking after the participation that was so good from the previous panel members, because we talk about the challenges that have been mentioned here. So let me give you a brief idea of what we do. Sullana, there is a problem of climate protection. Sullana is called the gap of climate protection. And every year, over $300 billion a year are lost due to natural disasters, and 80% is not insured. And this also happens in Latin America. And that happens because insurance are usually not too expensive, not trustworthy. And so the parametric insurance replaces an individual in the measurement of the damage. So before something happens, we define in a contract when people get paid and when not. So a hurricane, if the wind speed is over 120 kilometers an hour, then you pay, for example. If not, not. So the idea is that over that speed, there is a damage. So whenever an event takes place, it's white or black, black or white. So it either happens or not. So that has a number of advantages. On the one hand, it's transparent. The decision does not depend on a company such as Sullana, but a third party, usually a satellite company, some sort of information provider. And the second advantage is very agile. The money reaches the money of the farmers in days, compared to a regular insurance that would take weeks or months. And something that is key for Sullana as an organization is that parametric insurance can be scalable. All of the solutions that we develop can be taken to the other parts of the world, and they are very affordable. We say that we are serving the bottom of the pyramid. This is middle class, emerging classes. We need this insurance to be non-expensive. And this is the good thing about parametric insurance. We are a technology company. We look at data. We see what is the best combination of data out there to build each product. So as an outcome of this, we can be within 100 and 400 times more precise than the next available choice. So we combined field data, satellite data, and we have much knowledge to be able to develop technology. And this is based on the team. Fernando and I started the company. We met at Harvard. I come from the world of the economics. I was an economist in IDB in the World Bank, but Fernando is also an economist from Harvard. So you can see that we have quite a technical team. We are scientists from climate and data scientists. And so we have 6 products that we're launching to the market. And I'm very happy to tell you this. We have the agriculture insurance that use that satellite data to predict droughts. In Peru, we're working with the Ministry of Production and the Peruvian Insurance Society that is for families that make $300 a month, and this is for fishermen. And we also want to go into urban in the flooding model that uses satellites and radars to identify where there is water, and with that we make the payments. And we are quite versatile. We can use with other products. We have one for moments when we have hail, when we have also heat waves, to protect also those who deliver products in their delivery apps. So it tells you about the different things we have developed. We are an intermediary between the reassurance company that puts the money in case there's a disaster. Then Sullana puts the technology, and we sell through aggregators. It's a B2B2C that works with banks. And the time when a farmer asks for a loan, the insurance will be linked to the loan. And we also work with governments because it plays this social role. This is how we're going to expand in Latin America. And let me spend the last 3 minutes of my presentation telling you what we have done in Bolivia thanks to the support of IDB and Incofin. This is an early alert system and a parametric insurance. The basic hypothesis that we have is that there is an agricultural insurance that is too expensive for farmers because agriculture is a risky sector. So we need to reduce risk, and the way we reduce the risk is by launching an alert system that tells the farmer to do something, and then we can prevent the most common losses. the context in where we do it is in very highly vulnerable populations, 65 different municipalities that are vulnerable to climate change, populations that are very poor, and subsistence agriculture, plots under 2 hectares. And what we're doing is precisely what was being said so far, combine climatic or weather models and stations, and combine the information in here and develop patterns, generate data, and develop an early alert system that will benefit over 180 families. But we are facing an ongoing problem, the lack of information. Bolivia is one of the least developed countries in South America, and in the left you see the number of weather stations, and to the right the weather stations in the world. To the right, to the end, you see Argentina, and Bolivia is not even in this scale. So there is a key issue that there is no information, and we cannot support ourselves on weather stations to do this. The other thing is that this is a highly, there are many mountain ranges in this area. So this is where we're developing the project. There are from 4,000 to 1,500 meters high. So above sea level. So oftentimes 25 by 25, it turns out 625 square kilometers, and that is not of use. We need to do the 2 square kilometers, a 2 square resolution. 2 kilometer resolution. So we went to the field and asked people what they needed. We need to be very specific. What are the type of parameters that we want to look for? We interviewed people in the field, and there we decided that we were going to do a downscaling model. And the downscaling wants to use a global climate model that has some wider resolution and bring it to a smaller resolution. We focus on different types of risk: rain, frosting, and soil condition. And these are things that happen and affect farmers. So let me tell you what we have done in Sullana with very few resources to generate frosting and extreme rain alerts. We got closer to First Scale, also to Preposition for Development in Chicago to help us develop this. And the outcome was truly good with very little data and using topography as an additional variable. And we can predict these events without generating overfeeding. And so this is a accomplishment of this project. And so we generate maps, forecast maps of frosting and extreme rain with daily data at a resolution of 2.5 kilometers. So this is how it's going to work. We use data from the European agency that generates forecasts at 10 kilometers resolution. Then we use the model trained by Sullana to bring this data to a 2.5 kilometer resolution. And then with this, we do the daily forecast, and then we alert the communities. I understand the challenge of what this means in terms of actions. How can we translate this into an important decision? This animation won't work because it's a PDF, but I can show it later to you. But the last thing I wanted to tell you is that this also requires much interaction with strategic partners. This is what I was telling you about Sullana. It hasn't changed much, but it does show the type of players we've played with: the UN, UNICEF, that have helped us with the institutional coordination. And we are also doing with Innovations for Poverty Action also a partnership, because we believe this is the most cost-effective way to create climate resilience within this type of farmers. We have small farmers, subsistence farmers that depend on this type of agriculture. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Your experience in Sullana is definitely very interesting. Now we're going to move on to Hernan Angulo. Hernan Angulo is founder of IMBR Agro, where he drives projects based on artificial intelligence and data science to agribusinesses, contributing to improve the efficacy and the decision-making, strategic decisions in the sector. Go ahead. He is joining us virtually. Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
Perfeito. Bom dia, pessoal. Meu nome é Hernan, eu sou representante da IMBR Agro.
Hello. Thank you. I the IMBR president, and I was given the opportunity to make a presentation here today. Anyways, I would like to tell you that if you want to connect with me after the event. We can speak in English and Spanish. And so for now, I'm going to be presenting in Portuguese. So I am BR Agro. We talk about data analysis, and we also talk about data processing of the integration of data in understanding and how you can you help me just go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Perfect. So how we can work with this universe of data as mentioned by everybody here today. There is a real difficulty in understanding all the data nowadays, because if in the past we had very few data, today it's the contrary. We have a data bank that is ever growing and is more robust, and all these macro trends are all linked to the source of data with digital technologies and even with machineries, drones, etc. So this generates more and more data banks, as well as artificial intelligence, the paradigms of a market, and we have access to the prices of commodities, of inputs. And so people are producing more with less, and we also have the traceability of production. So we have a quite vast universe of specific and highly technical data. Next slide, please. And when we talk about Brazil, we see that there is a reality on how to incorporate the data that have not been well developed yet. During a study carried out with the Dom Cabral Association here in Brazil, we saw that the digital transformation index in the agribusiness is very, very low. It's from 0 to 6. And when we think about digital processes, these are even very low or even lower evaluations compared to the market ones. And when we think about artificial intelligence, we need to think of how we're going to structure all this to make the decisions based on data and how to incorporate all this on a day-to-day basis of who is in any agribusiness. Next slide, please. And thinking about a time investment and return relationship, we need to see how these companies can connect to this reality and look at the solutions. And there is a huge difficulty between those who understand the business and those who understand the data. And here in Brazil, we have this gap in labor because some people understand data and others understand business. So we need to organize these processes in the best way possible. Next slide, please. And so that's how where IMBR Agro was developed to promote successful decisions in the agribusiness from the moment of planting to post-harvest. And so we create personalized tools so that they can be used on a day-to-day basis by these people, and they can understand the complexity of its use and development. And that is why we have positioned ourselves as the first data lake agro in Brazil, because we are providing weather information, soil information, crop information, commodity information, and our own data to be able to develop productivity data, perspective of management. And this is to generate personalized information from the harvest season, creating the climate profile of the
foi
farms,
com machine learning,
plantations,
inteligência
and
artificial.
even the integration of all this for machine learning and artificial intelligence. We have a number of models, work models in IBM.
O primeiro deles é um modelo que a gente tem de pesquisa e
And the
desenvolvimento
first of
junto com
these
uma
is
seguradora aqui do Brasil, que é a
the
Brasil
research
Seguros,
and
que é a
development
maior
model together with
seguradora
an insurance
no ramo
company in
rural
Brazil,
aqui no
the
Brasil.
largest insurance
Nós
company
criamos uma solução
and the
integrada
for the
que atende
rural
todo o
Brazil.
ciclo operacional da
So
seguradora de forma
we
personalizada.
create
Então, desde a
big
parte
data
de avaliação de riscos, né, entender realmente
and
quais
we
são os dados necessários para
customize
atender
it
cada
to
cliente da
better
seguradora,
understand the
potenciais
risks, and we
clientes,
examine
né,
what
trazer isso
data
para um
is
modelo de
required
precificação e, eventualmente, também trazer
to
isso,
really
né,
help
caso o cliente
the
aceite a
different
proposta
customers.
para subscrição. Então, individualizar o risco de cada cliente,
And we
entender o risco de
show this to
carteira,
them
trazer
so that they
modelagem
can
realmente
accept
preditivas ali
proposals.
dentro do
It is
próprio
important to
portfólio da seguradora.
understand
E o mais interessante
the
também é que
needs
todo esse
they each
ciclo nós conseguimos
face.
fazer
And
em
what
questão
is
de
most
segundos, justamente
interesting is
porque
that
nós utilizamos
all
tecnologia de
this
dados.
cycle
Então, para analisar
is
um
carried out
mapeamento
in
perfeito,
seconds
assim,
because we
de uma
use data
propriedade qualquer aqui
technology.
do
So to
Brasil, nós conseguimos
analyze
fazer isso
a
em menos de
property of 100
2 segundos.
hectares,
Então,
which
nós
is the
conseguimos
average
trazer
size in
eficiência operacional para a
Brazil,
seguradora e
it takes us a
diversificar,
second,
justamente
at the
pensando em
maximum 2 seconds
digitalização
to
de
do it. So
processos
we
e
continue with
compreensão
all
de
the
como aplicar
efficiency
isso no dia a dia dos
by
nossos clientes.
digitizing
Pode passar, por favor?
processes and examining how we can apply this in the
Além
daily
disso, nós também
life
temos um
of
modelo que a
our
gente chama de
customers.
plug and
Next slide.
play, justamente porque o
Additionally, we
nosso
have a
data lake
model,
ele já é
plug and play,
acionado, né? Nós conseguimos
because our
construir
data lake
APIs e construir
has been
sistemas que
activated.
entregam o que os nossos clientes precisam entender, né? E algumas coisas já estão
We
prontas, coisas
can
que
give
nós já conseguimos
our
fazer,
customers what they
inclusive
really
utilizamos
need.
internamente, né? Então, por exemplo,
And
para
in
atender
fact, we have
empresas, né? Nós
used
também
this
temos algumas
internally,
APIs que são
and we
customizáveis,
do
justamente
this with
para
the
poxa,
companies,
para Copert, eles tinham necessidade de puxar dados climáticos, fazer
customized
esse data mining.
to
Nós
see their
fazemos isso para
needs,
eles, justamente porque nós já está na nossa
and then
expertise e
offer
conseguimos entregar
the
rapidamente.
weather
Para
data they may
Capline, que é uma outra
need.
startup também, eles precisam da parte de perfil
And we
agroclimático,
have another
entregamos isso
startup
para eles rapidamente. Do outro lado, nós também
that
estamos
helps
começando a
to
pensar em
share
como
all the information
entregar
very
inteligência de
quickly.
dados para
And we
quem
are
está na
also thinking
ponta
of how to
produtiva, né? Justamente para quem está no campo, como os painelistas
deliver the
agrícolas
data
comunitários,
to the
né?
people
Para
that
alguns países
are
da América
really
Latina. Aqui no
at
Brasil,
the
nós
end of
também
the
temos essa
productive
necessidade
chain
de
here in
conseguir
Latin
entregar esses
America.
dados para os
And in
produtores,
Brazil,
para conseguir
obviously, we
entregar
have
essa
that need
emergência
also
de
to see
dados,
how
para que
we
as
can
decisões
deliver
tomadas
such data to the
pelas pessoas
producers,
também
how to
sejam mais
share that
assertivas,
the data
mais
intelligence
técnicas, com
so
mais
that they
embasamento
can make
técnico, né? Justamente para
a
promover
more
esse desenvolvimento
effective and more
por dados. Nós
technical
criamos um beta com um
decisions
assistente
based on
virtual via
science.
WhatsApp, que você justamente consegue fazer todas as
And
normas
here we
funções nesse
have
sentido de
Beto,
previsão
our
de dados
virtual
climáticos, a partir
assistant. He is the WhatsApp
de
assistant,
produtividade.
and
E
he
aí
can
o
respond
beta nós
questions
estamos
on
conversando com
climate,
em média
weather,
10 meses, já contamos com
productivity.
mais de 200 usuários ativos
And with
em
Beto
116
in the last
municípios
3 months,
17
we have been
estados do
able
Brasil.
to
Pode passar o
help
slide, por favor.
people in more than
Então,
116 municipalities throughout Brazil.
claro, eu só preciso, quero passar por mais dois slides, né? Nesse aqui também, que é a questão das parcerias institucionais, porque justamente como
Well,
uma
I just
startup de
wanted
dados,
to
nós
show
conseguimos nos
you
conectar com outras startups,
this
justamente
slide
porque outras
with
tecnologias também geram dados, a gente
some of our
consegue agregar mais
partners
valor em cima
that
disso.
also
Pode passar o
generate
slide, por
data,
favor.
and we can add greater value
Que
to
é a
what
questão
we do.
também das expectativas para o
Next
futuro,
slide,
né?
please.
Quanto mais dados são gerados, quanto
And
mais
we have
tecnologias são
expectations
apresentadas para o
also for
campo,
the future.
mais
The more
confusão gerada em cima
data, the more
disso, ao mesmo tempo
technology
de
we
uma
have,
pressão muito
well,
maior para se
the more
realmente
confusion
agregar
arises,
essas
and there is greater
tecnologias dentro do
pressure
dia a dia
also
dos
to
principais players do agronegócio.
include
Então,
all
é
these
necessário realmente fazer uma
technologies
estruturação
in
dessas
our
bases de
daily
dados
activities.
para que elas
So it
suportem
is
a inteligência
necessary to
artificial,
structure
suportem
these
machine learning
databases
corretamente, justamente porque os
using our
modelos foram
artificial
pré-fabricados ao
intelligence and
longo de
machine
5
learning,
ciclos, são técnicos. E existe a questão
precisely
também de
because
como integrar
this is very
posteriormente os
specific and
resultados desses
technical,
modelos
and
dentro
there's
dos
also
visuais do agronegócio, dentro de cada
the
cadeia,
need to
de
include the
forma concisa e
results
de forma
or the outcome
coerente
of
com a
these
sua
models in
realidade.
the
É exatamente
agribusiness
dentro
in a manner that is coherent
dessas
with
expectativas,
reality,
viu, que a
which
IBRH tem
precisely
tentado atuar hoje, principalmente no modelo B2B, mas também agora
with
começando a migrar para um modelo
these
mais B2C, para trazer
challenges
mais
we have
inteligência também
tried
para os produtores
to
rurais que
deal
também
with.
se sentem
We want to
bastante
include more intelligent for rural producers
desprotegidos
so
nesse
that
sentido, né? Pouco atendidos.
who
Os últimos
oftentimes
dois
feel
slides
they
só
are
queria
being
apresentar
ignored
rapidamente uma equipe, né, que são uma equipe
or
bastante
left by
jovem,
the
bastante conectada com a tecnologia e
left on the side. There are many young people connected to agribusiness technologies. And the last two slides, we have run out of time. I am sorry. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. This is part of our team, our contacts. If you are interested, get in touch with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now go to Julian Mauro, Agroplan. He is co-founder of Autoplants, a winner of this edition, representing Argentina. He works on technological monitoring of crops. Go ahead. Well, thank you very much. Good morning. In Autoplants, we began by developing hardware. It started as a project in high school. I am 21 years old, only a kid. When I was finishing high school, I had to develop a project to graduate. So we started with hardware, and we realized that after some time that the business was not just hardware, but also to how to show the data and how to automate the entire circuit. So the question arose, what is the price of not automating processes? That is costly. To not automate is very costly. There are human error, lack of traceability, lack of control, so many problems associated to economic cost. You need to have people that go to carry out some processes repeatedly, land worker, whoever. But this leads to an increase in cost. And that is why we developed two products that solve two of the major problems we detected in Argentina. One is irrigation. Oftentimes, producers have no idea about how much to irrigate or how to irrigate, how much water, and how to administer it. And another product we developed, which I believe was mentioned here, the market feed and talking to producers. Well, precisely this product was developed because a producer asked for it. And this is an anti-frost system protecting crops from low temperatures. So how do these operate? This is a simple diagram. The product is a computer, and we connect sensors to it. IoT sensors for soil moisture, electroconductivity, water flow, environment, temperature, pressure, and we enter this in the computer, and the computer can process all the data. How does it process? That is the magic. No. Processes evapotranspiration, ratio of evaporation and transpiration of soil and plants. Basically, it calculates the water pressure deficit and other elements that allows to better understand the context of the plant, of the soil, of the environment. But all of this is useful if the device does not know what plants to irrigate or what crops particularly require the water. So Saturday afternoon, we were thinking of how to overcome the issue, and we decided to do a crop profile. This is just a crop profile. It's a cell app. You express what crop is on each area, and the device can connect the crop configured with what you have planted. And the crop profile has more technical data if we want to see that side. For example, Picasset to calculate evapotranspiration. And each crop obviously has many phenological phases that are of that crop in particular. So with the processed information, and all of this is done on site without internet connection, no need for internet connection. There's automatic irrigation. A solenoid or an electro valve is open, a water pump is activated, and the crop automatically is irrigated when the device decides to. But since we all love IT engineering in our team, at least, we decided to go one step further. And 2 years ago, we started to develop Autoplants Intelligence. This is a cluster of artificial intelligence. Let me come back to this in a moment. This is a cluster of artificial intelligence and and machine learning that work as one single one, as a whole. Weather forecast, temperature, rainfall, frost forecast, which he was talking about. It predicts the water consumption in each irrigation cycle, detects problems with spray pumps and sprayers, and does an analysis of winds. If you are surrounded by mountains, they will see the direction of the wind to see if that will have any impact. Okay, now what are the benefits of using our equipment? Not because I want to buy it. If you want to buy it, go ahead, but it has many benefits that are very interesting. And when we started to develop it in greater detail, we realized that it was changing the lives of many growers, perhaps medium-sized growers, not necessarily large growers. But we have a smart irrigation here. The device, the irrigation controller, irrigates in an automatic manner. You do not have to do anything. Basically, you connect the sensors, it's plug and play, and end of the story, nothing else to be done. It generates a reduction of resources. It saves water, up to 50% water in each irrigation cycle, and generates warnings. Since we use a machine learning branch that does analysis and prediction on metering analysis, in real time, we can give an alert, a warning 30 seconds after a water pump breaks down or the filter gets clogged up. And things that if are not solved quickly, for example, in a frost, can define the total death of the crop, the total loss of the fruit, or it's saving it. This is very sophisticated. Nobody is applying it. We thought about that and decided to give it a chance. This is the control panel here. When a producer purchases our equipment, there is a free of charge account, can access has access to the data. Here we can see there's a forecasting of frost, saying not only when the frost is expected to occur, but also the risk, how strong that risk will be. And this is very useful in the southern part of Argentina and other Andean regions where frosts are truly the weak point. And this is anti-frost, and the irrigation process shows water volume, temperature, and non-irrigation are the objective of the producer, so that the producer from any place, at any point in time, can access and see all the data. So, a bit of our experience. There are more than 20 devices operating on productive farms. We have a data lake, and these were mentioned before. This is a huge lake of raw data with more than 3.25 terabytes of records, so many. And we have the crop profile for more than 50 different crops. So from the app, you can select the crop you have. You can select among more than 50, and the device will start operating. Together with the University of Buenos Aires, not long ago, we signed an agreement where we would do a scientific trial. The idea is to write a thesis paper to see the scientific proven operation of our device and quantitatively measure the actual results to have an exact number and the source of that. Down below are some of the logos of the different institutions supporting us and two of our major customers that kindly lent us their logos. And that would be all. There's one more presentation, but okay, one more slide, excuse me. Thank you very much. If you want to get in touch with me, go ahead, scan the QR code, and that can take you directly to a drive that has a couple of catalogs, so you can check what we do in greater detail. If you have any question, go ahead. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Julián.
Thanks, Julián. Very interesting, by the way. Now we will wrap up with Teresa Felle, who is joining us virtually. Teresa is Chief of Staff at Ignition, a startup of climate technology, providing accurate and affordable weather services to emerging markets. Teresa, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well.
Sí, si puedes hablar un poquito más fuerte. Se escucha un
Speak a
poco
bit louder because we hear you with low volume and a bit of echo.
Okay, of course. I'm also sharing my screen.
It's
Is
still
that better?
trying. Just one. Yeah, we're seeing now.
Perfect. I will also be giving the presentation in English, but on my end, your interpretation has been working very well, so I hope that's not a problem. I'm Chief of Staff at Ignitia, based in Nairobi, so joining you from the other end of the globe. It's right now evening for me, and yeah, before we're diving in, I wanted to just give a bit of background information on Ignitia. We have quite the track record on delivering climate services in the last mile across a lot of different geographies. We're a Sweden-based company operating globally, started a bit more than a decade ago as a research project to solve for the gap in accuracy, specifically for tropical climates and rainfall forecasts. We built an operational product starting in Africa, which is a largely illiterate, unbanked, and illiquid customer base, but still managed today operate globally across multiple sectors, have reached more than 3 million individuals, and are probably one of the most impact evaluated agri-tech or climate tech services out there. So why do we do what we do? As we're all aware, weather is one of the biggest threats to economies and livelihoods globally. That includes agriculture, but also adjacent sectors like transport or logistics, and primarily also the 4 billion individuals that are currently excluded from life-saving early warning systems. We've heard today from Arian and other presenters about the lack of accuracy, the low-level resolution, the data gaps of legacy models, and climate change accelerates all these problems. So it's very important to build weather models that focus on important things for underserved communities, which in Ignitia's opinion is focusing on rainfall as a notoriously hard to forecast weather parameter, but very important for many industries. And secondly, focusing on forecasting extreme weather phenomena like the tropical thunderstorms that we are now seeing expanding across the globe. So what exactly does Ignitia do differently to solve this? My Spanish is not that good, but I understood some of the key points brought up earlier, which was a lot around availability or the relevancy of weather forecasts in local contexts. And to make forecasts and extreme weather alerts more relevant and available for underserved communities, Ignitia for the past 15 years has been using different and in some contexts the correct physics to solve for these tropical heat-driven storm weather. We've increased the resolution of our forecasts down to a 1 kilometer grid. We were applying AI and machine learning since 2017 to train our models, which gives us a huge data and data collection advantage. We've developed a virtual radar infrastructure for nowcasting that covers the gap in regions which are very scarce in hardware and radar stations. And then on top of this scientific forecasting engine, we've built a widespread, scalable, and affordable dissemination mechanism, meeting the people where they already are. So all of these scientific advancements that I mentioned, they resulted in higher accuracy forecasts, specifically for those tropical climates, and a lot of other scientific achievements, but that's actually not what I wanted to focus on today. I wanted to talk a bit more about the second part of our core competency, which is distribution. So when we first started working in Africa and Ghana specifically, we focused on building partnerships with mobile network operators and became a service on MTN or on Orange. And this channel helped us reach more than 3 million farmers. We still have about 500,000 monthly recurring users that pay for the service themselves. proving that that's really up to a lot of value to them. But getting there wasn't that easy. It took about 120 field trials just to refine the text message format. And this whole experience really underscored how critical it is to know your customer, to stay human-centered, and to meet people where they are with the products that deliver real value. Building on this, we then expanded into partnerships with agribusinesses and implementation partners, essentially anyone who already has trusted access to farming communities. And this then allowed us to not only scale the distribution, but to also better capture and demonstrate the on-the-ground impact, which I'll get into a bit later. So today, our approach is pretty partner and channel agnostic. We learned that the best way to serve farmers and industries and underserved communities through a mix and match strategy and delivering the product wherever they're most likely to engage with it. Because after all, nobody would like to install a separate weather app if they already have to delete family photos of their phone to free up space. So here's a brief overview of the solutions, and I want to give a couple insights on each. In agriculture, one of the most important feedback we've gotten over the years is that the season onset or planting date is the most influential advisory to get right. We do other advisories like fertilizer or harvesting too, especially when they're bundled with input credit or off-taking schemes. They can be very effective, but for agriculture, we know that season onset and planting date is the most impactful intervention for us. Then with climate change, weather and crop insurance, or generally insurance, is one of the largest growing sectors. And so better weather and climate data can help them price risk more accurately, so that nobody has to pay for flat premiums at a risk that might be entirely somewhere else just because we don't know what's happening. And then the virtual radar system that I mentioned earlier, we're able to complement government national strategy and mandates in protecting their people by giving them access to extreme weather alerts. We just got recognized by the UN Early Warnings for All as part of their working group for that, and we'll hopefully be rolling that out in several countries soon. So we have about 10 years of impact data collection on this, and we know that farmers build climate resilience, whether that is shorter recovery times from climate shocks or having more funds available. They improve their ways of farming, so we have very significant evidence on behavior change, and as a result also improve their yields and incomes. But we've also had some surprise results like the season start rate as the most impactful advice, or how farmers use Ignitia as a gateway to digital literacy or digital tools in general, because weather is a very engaging, often daily used service. And so we know that we have very powerful information that can help save millions of lives or help businesses making decisions. But the two guiding questions, and maybe also to sum up everything that I've just presented for us, is what is the most impactful product, feature, information that a user needs? And are we leveraging our data in the right way to deliver these products? So for us, that means focusing on rainfall, even though it's hard and even though a lot of other competitors might not do it, staying human-centered, reiterating the products over and over. I've heard an interesting point earlier about the interpretation of probabilities. And one interesting insight that we got once is that farmers correlate the higher the chance of rain, the more intense they think the rain that will be. So being very clear.
Sorry to interrupt, we ran out of time, so we need you to conclude.
Okay. So being very clear about how the user interacts with your services. And then the second question that we ask ourselves is, how can we make it as scalable, affordable as possible, which for us means not building hardware infrastructure where it's not necessary, using distribution mechanisms that is already existing and accessible, and also being clear about what is a public good versus what is a value-added service, so we can make sure to build climate resilience for everyone. So very hard to condense a decade-long journey of learnings in less than 10 minutes, but I hope you got a sense of what it guides Ignitia as a business and the many different use cases that we have to apply our data and distribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now we have a few minutes, some 10 minutes more or less, or 5, according to my watch, for questions from the audience. So we are all ears. Two hands raised. Microphone going to you, and the next goes to Alex. Yes, thank you. For any of our panelists today who have been presenting their startups, with our experience with producers, they usually do not have money or they are in debt. So they have a limited capital, or they are in red numbers. How can we foster this type of app where they may need something to obtain these? How to go about it if they do not have the money? I will go to the first question. We are very conscious of that. The first thing is that an early warning system is priceless. This is something that Ignitia has highlighted. We must have to assign a price to something that is public good. There's a role there for government participation. And the other part has to do with the fundamental thesis we are trying to prove. If you want to offer an insurance, it has to be an insurance that can be paid. So our idea is that the early warning system can eliminate all the risk that can be prevented, and you will remain with a catastrophic layer, making the insurance basically lower. There are subsidies and other things that can help, but those are welcome, obviously. But in general terms, that would be the way to focus on this problem. Daniel? My question is for Julian. People are understanding that despite the data and soil moisture and other information that we can get also includes the crop, the size of the root, the pests, the diseases, and there are other information we could get. How does Autoplants understand the variables of these crops in the field that are sometimes very difficult to measure or impossible? Well, what we do in some cases, for example, something that producers ask is, okay, I have 2 hectares. I want to map my whole property. And I say, no, you cannot map all your property because this implies thousands and thousands of dollars in sensors, and that is no longer profitable. What we do is ask for a laboratories review where they take samples from different parts of the soil to better understand the different components therein. And with that, we can know specifically where to put the sensors to get the best measurements, the best contrasts in one single area, but in different soils or different parts of the property. There's much work done, much work yet to do. And this perhaps is the line of your question. We must ensure people become familiar with automation. People begin to say, well, I used to do something and now I am not doing it because it is being done by a machine. So we must see that a machine, we cannot lie about this. Machines fail also, but a machine is thousands of times more accurate. It keeps all the records, and there's more ways to do early detection than a human being that is just taking note, writing down just a block of paper. This is a cultural process, a technological process, and an environmental process to a sum of many things, which lead to a more complete technified agri-system. I have another very brief question.
Muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you very
Bueno,
much.
va un poco relacionado
This is
a lo que
related
es,
to
la adopción
adoption.
de entrar y ofrecerle esta tecnología a
Going
los
and offering
productores
this
y el costo
technology
que implica
to
cuando no la conocen
growers
es
and
un gran desafío.
understanding
¿Cómo
this
están
is a
solventando
big
esas
challenge.
barreras
How are you
para
overcoming those
demostrarles que a
barriers to
partir
show them
de la adopción
that
de estas nuevas
by
tecnologías
adopting these
se da o se
technologies,
habilitan nuevas verticales de
there
negocio
will
como lo
be
son
new
paramétricos,
lines of business,
certificaciones, entre
parametric
otras, pero
insurance, and
igual tenemos esa
certifications,
barrera inicial.
etc. But we have
¿Cómo
that
la han solventado
initial
ustedes?
barrier. How have you overcome that?
Nosotros,
Well,
en Argentina, por lo
in
menos,
Argentina,
estamos en
at
este
least
momento
at this
haciendo un
time,
tratado con
we
uno de
are
los
signing an
bancos más
agreement with
grandes
one of the
para poder
largest
ofrecer
banks to
financiaciones,
offer
de la manera
financing,
tal que aquel productor
so that the
que no pueda
producers that
disponer de
do
el
not
dinero para
have the
hacer la compra
funds
pueda
to
financiarse.
purchase this
A su
can
vez
get the
también,
funds.
en este último
In
tiempo
turn,
hemos pasado
lately
como
we
de
have
recorridos
also
de
gone to
simplemente la venta del producto como
just
tal
selling the
a un
product as
sistema de
such to a
suscripción
different
en el cual no se es
subscription
necesario hacer
system
tanto pago por
where
adelantado.
there are
Eso
no
permite también
advance
que aquel
payments
productor
or
que, por
significant advance
ejemplo,
payments. For example,
empieza
there are
la
growers
temporada
where the season
y
begins
tiene la plata
and
justa,
they have
pueda
just
adquirir
enough
el
money,
equipo
but we
y en
want them
algunos
to
casos
purchase the
incluso nosotros
equipment, and
mismos lo
sometimes
financiamos
we fund
para
it
que pague
ourselves
una vez que
so
es la
that they can
cosecha.
pay
Entonces,
at
tiene el
time of
dinero de la
harvest.
cosecha
So
y
they get the money
realmente
from the
no
harvest,
pierde,
and they do
no tiene
not
que sacar de sus
have
ahorros
to
para poder
pull
hacer
out of their
la compra
savings
del
to
equipo. Y en
purchase the
algunos casos
equipment. And
también,
in some cases,
porque yo soy de la Patagonia, de la
since
Argentina,
I am
del
from
sur,
the Patagonian
y en
region
algunos
down
casos
south, and
nosotros
in
hemos
some
regalado
cases we
equipos a los
have
productores
uh,
más humildes en las zonas más
given
rurales para que
free
puedan
of charge the
incorporar la
equipment
tecnología
to
porque
these
les sirve a
smaller
ellos,
growers
nos sirve a nosotros
so that they
y
can
en general estamos
accept the
haciendo un bien.
technology. It is
Creo
useful
que
for
todos acá
them,
queremos
useful for
hacerlo.
us, and we're doing something
Así
very
que
good in our
hacemos un
view.
poquito de todo.
So we
Tratamos de
do
ir
a
por
little
todos
bit
los
of
lados que
everything,
podemos,
going as
pese a
far
que,
as we can
como
go.
pueden imaginarse, la Argentina es
And
un lugar complicado
Argentina is very
para emprender, pero
complicated
se hace
to
lo que se puede. Muchas
begin
gracias.
a startup anyway, but we do what we can. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I know we are wishing for more. We have run out of time. I must summarize a panel which I believe has been very interesting. Many things were covered. We tried to respond some of the questions. I believe that from the private sector, our startups have shown that well, all youngsters that are pushing to find solutions. We saw about the predicting the future. Erin covered this. So how to democratize access to all this information, which, as we know, economists know that this is a public good. And then we see the responsibilities and mandates Erin mentioned. Also, many of us here have a big role here to ensure that work is ever more coordinated and clearer. Because we know that what we are discussing requires weather state ministries or the weather services at ministries of agriculture. There are so many agencies, and we must support coordinated work among all those actors. Another relevant point was how to supplement information, relevant information in the best of cases with other types of supporting systems so that weathers can be utilized. Another point Erin and Walter mentioned. And Sujana is an outstanding example by showing access to an affordable insurance. Now, how do we generate relevant and actionable information for producers and farmers? Well, it depends on the size. And we must examine, for example, the responses to cold waves, co-production, for example, was mentioned, working with co-users, the end users of what we are discussing here. And this requires a lot of coordination too, and different tools, as mentioned by Emmanuel, a user-based technology, and Walter talked about traditional and emotional intelligence to not get involved only in artificial intelligence, because we are human beings and we need to understand our priorities and needs. Walter mentioned input for producers to improve simulation models. And then another element that we can take back with us, perhaps, is coordination and financing, thinking of the public sector, and how to support more seasonal forecasts and subseasonal, as Walter was mentioning. Chile has made an effort to develop seasonal forecasts, but are limited for only a given region, a given season. So there is room to grow in this sense. And another point mentioned by Walter, which I found very interesting, is how do we add weather information to other types of key information for decision making, for like pricing, for example. And lastly, something else that was covered is how do we share with the producers using WhatsApp or SMS, but also the technical experts. We must think of these hybrid extension models and how we can work with the technical experts in the dissemination strategy. So I hope you have enjoyed the session as much as I did. Thank you, all of you, both in person as well as virtual, and time for coffee. Thank you, thank you. An applause for Romina and all our panelists. Yes, we will go to the coffee break, 30 minutes. But before the coffee, we would like to invite you. We would like you to follow the guides. We just installed a vertical farm, and we would like to, with your presence, we would like to inaugurate it. It's 5 minutes. We will guide you down there, a bit beyond where we take the coffee break, and then we can come back to coffee.
Conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
So we're going to start with the second block of today's agenda before lunch. I would like to ask all of those of you who are standing up still to come and sit down and take your places. We are running behind schedule, so we're going to try to do things as fast as possible in order not to delay our lunch. Nobody wants to do that. And so I'm going to start this panel directly, welcoming Jeremias, Tomaso, and Guadalupe. I'm going to introduce you with a bit more in detail in time, and I'm going to give you a very brief background for this. Yesterday, when I was doing my introduction, I was saying that digitalization obviously transforms agriculture and the life of the farmer, but it also evolves the way technologies take place and the players involved in the development of technologies. We get new players, the role that old players used to play in technological development, such as INES. And in this blog, we want to talk about this. Looking at Tomaso's experience, who comes from the Wageningen University in the Netherlands, with initiatives both from the university and the EU that can give us a few ideas or hints on how this reconfiguration of the development of research in agricultural technology for the region is taking place. And then Jeremias and Guadalupe, who have been working in the region for a while with regards to INES. So we're going to start with Tomaso. Tomaso is a senior researcher at Wageningen University in the Netherlands, specialized in the application of digital technologies to address challenges of food security, climate change, and sustainable agriculture, especially in vulnerable contexts such as sub-Saharan Africa and developing countries. Tomaso, we are very, very happy, very pleased to have you here. And the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much for your invitation. Thanks to Ika and to Federico in particular and his team. I would like to make my presentation in Spanish, but I don't feel like it. So I'm going to do it in English. The title is From Knowledge to Action, the Experience of Acquis in Europe.
I'm switching to English. So what is an Acquis? I hope at the end of the day, it won't be yet another acronym that you have to memorize, but something more substantial. But let's see, you will tell me at the end. So when does it start? It started in the 80s, but then the term was popularized and used by FAO, basically with the notion of integrating information and for the sake of information knowledge transfer, agricultural research, education, extension services. Now, definitions that I like also are the fact that it's a combination of data and knowledge flows, indeed, between individuals, organizations, institutions who produce knowledge and promote innovation for agriculture and interrelated fields. Of course, we are all thinking in terms of supply chains and food systems nowadays. I also like the more official term by the European Union, which is about services, interrelated services, again, between farm advisor, researcher, farm organization, other relevant stakeholders, well integrated with farm advisory systems. Very often you see the term more practical, more convincing, maybe more tangible, of coordinating bodies. now mostly used at the national level, but we will see that this will come at lower level as well. Now, to be a bit more concrete, what is behind the ACCIS? What are the objectives? The objectives in the EU context particularly are that of contributing, well, we said that before, to connect farm advisory and agricultural research, especially in the context of the European Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP. Cross-cutting objectives, which are namely modernization, knowledge sharing, innovation, and especially digitalization. Overall, with the aim of transitioning, having the European agriculture to transition towards a more sustainable and resilient agriculture. You can see on the left-hand side 2 examples of very simple schemes for 2 member states of how we start mapping ACCIS at the national level in terms of actors, in terms of functions, in terms of roles, in terms of information flows. Why would we need at all an ACCIS? Because we feel that well, first of all, it is about putting together research, innovation, education, and digitalization, but it's above all to empower more farmers and other actors in the system to make them doing more informed decision based on innovation or aiming at actually at innovation in face of big structural changes which are also occurring in Europe, the same as in Latin America and the Caribbean, I feel, and also the climate crisis and other crises more recent like the Ukraine war and the need for securitization of food production and supply chains. But of course, also it informs policy formulation. So with the objective for the European Union to make agricultural policies more effective, and also as a trickle down, of course, interventions, more specific intervention. This all needs to be backed by investment, by commitment, and although it's not easy at all, I tried several times to make an exercise to understand what is the level of investment in the current CAP. It's not easy because it belongs to different items in the overall CAP budget. But say overall, qualitatively, we can say it's a first step. It's not, many observers say that it is not sufficient for the ambitions, but it's a first step. I want to focus now on 2 aspects that I've mentioned before, the 2 pillars, if you want. One is the connection with the advisory services. So this is now very clear, finally, also because advisory services have undergone a crisis in Europe in the last decades, either because they were privatized or because they were weakened, the public services. So there is really a need to revitalize them. And this is very clearly asked to the member states of Europe to set targets, indicate also level of investment in their strategic plans. But they also have to undergo a kind of paradigm shift in the sense that in the past they were very technically oriented. They now are asked to cover economic, environmental, social dimensions. They are asked to also support the farmers along the whole cycle of the farm development, from the establishment to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also looking at the lifelong learning approach for upskilling, as we say, the farmers' ability to cope with the prices and to introduce innovation. So again, the old paradigm was especially to comply, to ensure that there was compliance with the European regulation. Now, no, it's to try to drive a transformative role for the actors in the agriculture. The other aspect I want to relate to when talking about ACCIS is innovation and digitalization. Of course, we all are observing, and we have discussed that over the last days, the significant, important changes which are occurring in digitalization, in agriculture, the fact that they go hand by hand with innovations for the many aspects that are cited there. And altogether, this gives the idea that they have to also be part of the Acquis. They have to be, an important pillar within the Acquis, and they have to be because of digital technologies themselves, because of the solutions which build added value services on top of them, because of platforms, either public and private. There is a very important European platform in the making, which is called CEADS, CEADS, which is really the effort of establishing a public good platform for providing security in the access of the data, interoperability, free access to the actors, et cetera, So platforms, very important. And altogether, of course, the understanding of how the data sources and the data flows work towards, again, promoting innovation and transformation. I'm citing again here a few of them. IAX, the system in Europe for controlling and monitoring the payment in agriculture. We will see that in a minute, but also Copernicus, so mostly remote sensing data that the sentinels, maybe surveys, et cetera, but always Acquis being the orchestrator, if you want, or the coordinator of these data flows towards innovation. Of course, on top of all this, we know that there is a very amazing acceleration given by artificial intelligence at all levels, knowledge transfer, forecast production, management, decision-making, monitoring, and evaluation, with all the pros and cons that have been already partially discussed also in the previous days. So this is going back to these IAX things. Why is so important? IAX, as I said, is the mechanism for controlling the payment, but nowadays we say the performance of farmers against the policy objectives. It is very important because a lot of investment have been done in Europe to boost technologies, particularly remote sensing technologies. But in perspective, as you can see in this scheme, also with the integration of new technologies coming in to serve the purpose of the IAX, but also to go beyond that, to serve the purpose of farmers and other actors. So you can see in these acts, say in the timeline below, the expectation we have that different technologies will come into the IAX system, into the IAX monitoring and controlling, and also performance supporting, I would say, system, the different level of spatial reporting accordingly, and also the ultimate objective, as I said, farm performance or aggregated policy impact. All this has a precondition where there is a lot of work ongoing now in Europe, which is interoperability of different sorts, technical, semantic, legal, as a precondition for data sharing and what we call data reciprocity. So the fact that, if you are a farmer and you are asked to provide data, you get something in exchange. It's either farm advisory or even we are talking about monetizing the support of the farmers from that respect. Going back to the landscape analysis of the Acquis, this is something that the European Union asked the member states to do. So to revise very rigorously particularly their advisory system, but in general, their Acquis systems, assess their state, and also come to conclusion in terms of recommendations, things that ought to be done. This is represented by reports at the member state levels that you here see mapped. This is an example for the Dutch macro Acquis, where, this is a very high level representation of the Acquis, where you see in cyan, in blue, the government side of the story, on the top in yellow, the education part from vocational training to universities, in red at the bottom, the private sector, either the civil societies to the left or actually the private actors, including including solution providers, finance world, agribusiness, et cetera, and central to that, again, the farmers and the farmers organization. So this is a very high level. Behind all this, there are, of course, there is the effort to map, as I said, the relationship roles, power roles, information flows. Maybe I'll skip because I only have 3 minutes, but it's an attempt to do a cross-sectional analysis of weaknesses and strengths across Europe. It's important, this notion of the different levels. So the macro ACIS, the national level, their particular stakeholders operating and decision-making made, and data also, data infrastructure built there. The micro ACIS at the bottom, which is a concept which is emerging recently about self-organized farmer ways of creating knowledge and creating also innovation, and somewhere in the middle, the role, very important also, of intermediaries, cooperatives, advisory services, etc., which act as a more, say, a kind of as an interface between the two. My micro ACIS, I said, it's a recent perspective that has emerged, which tries to overcome a limitation in the way macro ACIS are analyzed now, so overemphasis on the national level, because farmers are recognized to build their own micro ACIS, if you want. So their ways of generating information useful for adoption and making decision upon that. And this is seen now as an important transformation factors, although it is not very studied, I must say. So just to make an example, this is my farm in Tuscany. That's me on the tractor in Italy. Okay, I do several things there. But yeah, so my decision, kind of example decision, is how do I, with olive trees, how do I move on with my current situation, introducing different alternatives in technologies. And I did a bit of a self-reflection on how I take decisions, so my personal micro ACIS, how it would look like. And I came to the conclusion that well, the web counts a lot, peers counts a lot, machine vendors also, I must say, have an important says. Advisor, unfortunately, because of the state of advisory services I mentioned before, have a little to say nowadays, and also that's my fault, agriculture and research, not as good as it should be. Okay, there is anecdotal knowledge of how micro ACIS work. This is represented in this slide. Much more has to be done to map them out, to come to this sort of scheme of challenges where you have macro ACIS producing core ag data, advisory and research policy frameworks, coordination effort, etc., and downscaling all into translation into actionable and advice and innovation. And on the other loop is actually that individual feedback, local data, experiential knowledge loops back to knowledge co-creation and policies. Just to conclude, it's work in progress. There will be in 1 month's time a conference called Quo Vadis. Where are we going? So the question is still very open. One thing which was presented in a conference a few days ago is this Ajax Plus, so an evolution of a system which used to be, as I said, for control and monitoring, but now wants to serve the farmer, putting together all the information sources, technologies, and flows that you see here, and serving the other stakeholders in the value chain with the same information, with the same set of information. The technical support to this is, as I said before, the very concrete action. So it's this platform, the Common European Agricultural Data Space, and there is, from the legal point of view, also an upcoming piece of legislation which is called the EU Agricultural Digitalization Strategies. So these are the instruments to make this all possibly working. I don't have time for the conclusion, but in this last slide, if it's going to be shared, you have more resources. And maybe one thing I have to do to tell you is also that I'm coordinating the Digital Agri Hub But we can talk about it over coffee if, especially service providers are interested in sharing, knowing more about this initiative. Sorry, I took a bit more than the time expected.
Muchísimas gracias, Tomaso.
Tommaso, thank you so very much. If anybody is interested on this, you can talk to Tommaso with regards to the Digital Agri-Hub, particularly startups, and particularly if you want to have more visibility beyond the Americas. Thank you very much, Tommaso. I think I was saying that I think that your comprehensive view on the innovation process is quite interesting, as well as the incorporation of technology that you have from BU, and particularly the consideration and institutional coordination so that things can actually happen. I think we don't have enough time to discuss that now, but there are some very inspiring things in what you mentioned that may be quite useful for a region. Now, to continue, I would like to give the floor to Jeremias and Guadalupe, who will make a joint presentation, starting with Jeremiah. So now we're going to come to the Americas, to South America specifically, the southern part of South America. And so Jeremiah and Guadalupe will tell us about what they've been doing, the INEAS, the National Institutes for Agricultural Research. So we are going to be talking about the cooperation among INEAS. And very quickly, because they are well known by us, Jeremias holds a PhD in economics and teaches in UBA Argentina, specializing in technological innovation, agtech, and knowledge-based services in agribusiness. And he is currently a postdoctoral research at UNOMERIT, the Netherlands. And Wada, she's a senior researcher at the INEA in Uruguay. And she deals with information systems for the management of climate risk, remote sensing, and everything that has to do with what we're talking at this meeting. So, Fede and Juana, go ahead. The floor is yours. Well, thank you very much, Fede, for your presentation, for your introduction, and for the invitation, of course. So, the objective of this presentation is basically to try to rethink the role of INEAS within the agtech ecosystems. And this emerges due to a number of opportunities and challenges that we have already mentioned here during this week. That is, the opportunities and the challenges to increase the production of foods without impacting the environment, contributing to the formation of more resilient agri-food systems, generating some good social and economic impact in areas where, in rural areas particularly, because we have different speeds with different heterogeneities in the region, in countries, and within each place and within the chain. So again, so the digital solutions are established as a vehicle that may contribute to improve the economic outcomes, mitigating environmental impact, allowing producers to be included even when they were marginalized in the past. So the relevance that digitalization and digital transformation has is that from Prosisur, in link or in coordination with ICA, we try to coordinate the study that has as its main question the role and the activities that INEAS might be undertaking to promote synergies in the agtech ecosystems. So the study was focused on INTA Argentina, Embrapa, INEA Chile, INTA Panama, INEA Uruguay. And there's a QR code there if you feel like knowing more about this. So I'm just going to give you some outcomes of the study. And before going to the core question of the research, I'm going to double click in a question here that was repeated here, and I'm going to repeat again, which has to do with the innovation ecosystems. This is set as a constellation of players that play different roles, capabilities, and have different dynamics, out of which you can promote or not, a greater generation of solutions, technological solutions, and you can also promote the dissemination through the value chains. In our view, we place the startups at the center of the ecosystem with a number of incubators, accelerators, financing funds, facilitators, and others that will support businessmen in different stages when they first start and during their development, so that, as it was mentioned before, the startups play a key role, not only buying the solutions, but interact and make sure that the entrepreneur can identify the pain points and needs that the producer has, and also the testing and the innovation to identify if technology, the way it is being developed nowadays and the way it is being distributed, is actually adding value. And the institutes for science and technology, where INEAS are, the National Institutes and Technological Institutes for research on agricultural technology, the rural extension services, and each ecosystem will also be covered by regulatory issues, ownership, and multilateral and other national ministries, multilateral organizations, etc., etc. So within this ecosystem, we try to identify the different possibilities for the interaction of INEAS and their players. In the study, we also drafted a diagnosis of the situation that each country is undergoing. And a previous study without the focus on INEAS for Central America, we did the same thing here. I did not put the QR because the page is down at this time. Hopefully, the forthcoming days, it's going to start working again. And another with ICA and IDB for the Andean region, focus on cases of success, where we also included things related to ecosystems. And this emerges with clarity, with the offer of solutions that is definitely growing, even though there are strong heterogeneities in terms of consolidation of each ecosystem, where there are cases like in Brazil, Argentina, and Brazil, particularly, where the systems are very well established with many diverse players, and in other cases when things are being led by pioneers.
And the appearance of innovation ecosystems is not by chance. It will also be aligned with new patterns, new dynamics of how to lead and carry out technological changes, going from central focused public-private corporations to the growing role of individual entrepreneurs and startups that will be identifying needs and continuously improve solutions, changing or moving away from the more linear model, if we can call it that way, where there was an institution or corporation that was the one to identify a given technological opportunity to innovate. So in gradual phases, they develop the product to then take to market or transfer technology, going from offering technologies to instead offering solutions, basically identifying the problems, and based on that, they develop solutions, and mediated obviously by new technologies. And there is growth of changes in the use of innovation, with innovation not only in terms of artificial intelligence and big data, but in new ways to deliver the services, new business models, opportunities to connect the companies and startups and other actors in the ecosystem, weighting the role of innovation ecosystems as the means or vehicles to generate a greater offering of solutions and contribute to their dissemination. Now, what role could INEAS play? How can they add value to these systems? And for that, we took one step back. First, we wanted to see the problems, the issues, the difficulties that different stakeholders in the ecosystem are facing, and based on that, think of the roles that we could play. Here I will only present very briefly some factors or findings of the interviews we held with startups in all these different countries and with producers, users of these technologies. As to startups, those that develop the solutions, we identified different factors that were preventing or becoming an obstacle to their possibilities for growth and development. And one of the offerings was the limited permeability of science and technology to interact in innovation. There were many, or a few cases of success where startups developed a good connection with researchers, but these were isolated cases without this really being systematized and become formalized to open up opportunities for interaction. Something that did happen, that does happen throughout the innovation process. We must think of the forward-looking perspectives and testing. And there were limitations to access data, to access to specific research. I know I'm running out of time. And we identified another on the area of supply and offering. We talked about limited integration between startups and among startups and between startups and input producers and exporters. Basically, a lack of open information to generate find ways to seek solutions. There was limited interaction among the within the region, and this week of digital agriculture is very welcome, by the way, filling in this gap. And as to the demand, well, entrepreneurs and startups, why don't they grow more? Well, their solutions perhaps are not well known, not very well adopted. And why did that happen in view of the startups? Well, the starting costs were very high, and past bad experience prevents a new producer or a producer to use my technology instead of the other technology that did not work. And there's also the idea that growers are more limited in their ideas, and the lack of financing. There's are limited funds to start, and once in the intermediate phase, then this is where the upscaling has to go, and that is where it is much harder to obtain the necessary resources. And as to producers is concerned, obviously, we have seen that there is lack of information to be aware of the offering of solutions in the marketplace, and the difficulty to evaluate and see which routines perhaps could be more appropriate, for example, using digital tools. And remember always that the previous or the past bad experiences of the producers, this scares everyone away. If we do not know which routine and technologies could be available, I may come across a poor experience, the lack of spaces for learning, and for example, digital literacy for a segment of producers, and more experimental spaces where the producers can see how a drone flies and how it counts cattle, for example, on a property. There are interesting experiences to draw lessons from Think Agro in Chile, Converge in India, Uruguay, and the protocol for the validation of INEAs in the Southern Cone that are trying to create the validation of technologies and generate reliable information about all of this. So, and wrapping up, rethinking the role of INEAs in the region. In summary, well, these are institutions that come across a series of structural challenges that force them to rethink of making internal changes, having to rethink and realign objectives, for example, as to how we think the careers for researchers to encourage more their connection with startups, for example, which would require rethinking intellectual property right structures and foster spaces of digitalization within institutions. Yesterday, we talked extensively about the experiences of technical assistance in digital rural extension and foster access to data and models, something that Embrapa is pushing forward to significantly, fostering awareness and digitalization, getting much closer to potential users through spaces to validate technologies, generating recommendations as to what to do after the technologies are adopted, and then a diagnosis of needs. The experience of Chile is very specific. Technical assistance, training for the implementation of digital solutions, and for the startups, also in summary, foster spaces for market access and attract users through web portals and apps, testing quality seals, market research to foster internationalization, something that INEAs in the region could take advantage of to build synergies and facilitate the international landing of startups throughout the region through fairs and congresses, and also creating new spaces and formalizing current spaces to support innovation throughout the different phases, and also act as a means or a vehicle to facilitate access to financing for innovation purposes. We think about the role of INEAs with the incubators, funds, accelerators, etc. And my last comment. Clearly, digital transformation is a reality in our region. It is moving along at a constant pace. We are facing very heterogeneous ecosystems that demand greater integration among all parties. And these new changes, how innovation takes place within businesses and companies, demands reformulating public innovation, thinking of the role of INEAs, and in more generic terms, thinking of other types of innovation policies and other agencies. And something latent that we should not ignore is that we are in a region which, as mentioned at the beginning, we work in the agriculture area at different paces, and we have to address the multiple challenges that growers face with very heterogeneous profiles. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jere. Let us continue with the presentation. Thank you. Mine is very brief. The idea is to show you a case, an example of what Jeremias was just talking about. As we were saying, in the framework of Procisur, we have several opportunities of cooperation among INEAs to address different matters, and particularly in the areas of digital transformation. We have created a group. All of us present here, by the way, today with INTA Argentina, Gabriele Facundo Victor from Embrapa, Stanley from the INEA in Chile, Hugo representing IPTA Paraguay, and I represent INEA Uruguay, and Federico supports us in all these efforts we are undertaking throughout the region. The idea of this project that arose and that Jeremias was sharing the results of is that the Indias have different actions at a national level. What was just mentioned by Jeremias about the India in Chile and Converge in Uruguay or LACNES in Embrapa and the different activities that INTA and India and Uruguay are undertaking also. But we felt we needed to strengthen the region as a whole. These processes are very cross-cutting. They do not have barriers, and the support with the different capacities among countries in the end will help strengthen the whole group and all actions undertaken down these lines. With this, we have developed this project for digital transformation in agriculture in the Southern Cone to manage water, focusing basically on water management. And the idea was to see how INEAS could become even stronger to help in this ecosystem. We are one more actor that can contribute here. So we set out different joint actions for the region. One of these was precisely to try to begin to, beyond the national actions of each country, we wanted to have concrete actions at the regional level instead, and that is why this protocol was developed. The idea basically is to agree to different steps through the INEAS, and this was agreed to by the INEAS down south, but this could apply to other regions in Latin America and the Caribbean. And where we all follow basically the same steps to go about evaluating digital solutions with the objective that producers and technical experts have the support that INEAS have already evaluated, or INEAS or any other accredited institutions, not necessarily do they have to be simply the INEAS, but at least have this something agreed to throughout the region to apply it. In the document, among the documents, we have a poster, and we can be in contact with you to give you further details of what we do, how we do it, and how we can regionalize the different actions that the INEAS carry out in coordination with startups and companies. And in ending, I would like to mention that a while ago, today, we launched this project SEMEAR, the pilot SEMEAR project in Procisur, basically to leave no one behind. This is focused on small and medium growers and farmers, trying to ensure that they accept all these systems and implement them in their systems. So within Procisur, we are planning on pilots in each country to foster digital inclusion of these small farmers. So the idea basically was to talk about the different actions we are moving forward. And we understand this will end up encouraging the tech ecosystem, working through institutes, ecosystems at a national level. So sort of weak in some areas, but I'm sure there are other countries that could supplement and strengthen the ecosystems, sharing experiences and sharing their solutions and adapting solutions from other countries so that the entire region thereafter can become even stronger. That was it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guada. This will continue precisely what Guada was presenting, because there's a poster that presents in detail the protocol they developed as Southern Cone INEAS, and I would like to highlight the work done by these INEAS in the framework of Procisur, pushed by Procisur to rethink themselves, sometimes a difficult exercise, to see what they can do best to foster innovation in modern times. Institutions that are already in the technology development scenario for years and that are committed to reinvent themselves, to contribute as best as possible to foster digital technology. So I invite you to visit that poster to see more details of that effort. I believe it could be a big inspiration for the rest of INEAS from other regions that have not had the opportunity yet, as southern Indias have been able to do, and the startups also, because sometimes it may be very easy to say, it is difficult to interact with INEAS. Excuse me for the wordplay here. But for 2 points to come together, the best thing is that they both approach each other. So as INEAS, I know there is interest in this concrete movement, trying to come forward and get closer. And I believe the startups could do the same. We are very limited time-wise, but we might have 3 to 5 minutes at the most for 1 or 2 questions at the most for Tomaso and Jeremias. And what Guada has presented will continue later in the poster session. Out there in the back. Yes, good morning. Very interesting to hear what INEAS have been doing. I would like to know, this is for the South American INEAS, but I wonder whether there's any plan to do something similar for the Central American region, or if there's information or any possibility in the future to work with the INEAS in Central America. How do you think things could move forward in Central America? Okay, thank you for your question. There's some work we did with the ICA, with the AgTech ecosystem in Central America. It is really not focused specifically on the role of INEA. I believe that could be very interesting, no doubt, because these are different productive realities and with different institutional structures and backgrounds. So not necessarily are there similarities between the Central American and South American INEAS, but it is relevant to remember the uniquenesses of each case, of each country. This is not in our short-term plans, but hopefully we can do something like that. Thank you. Just one minor comment. What we have been doing in the framework of Prosisur is precisely available. Not only are INEAS available to interact, but the document, this protocol, for example, the idea is to coordinate with other INEAS for these to be implemented in different countries. As far as we are concerned, we are very open to coordinate with other regions. And as Jeremias saying, there are many things that are very unique, but whatever is helpful in the work we have done so far, we are at your service. And in the afternoon, as Federico said, we will be in the poster session to talk about what we have been doing. One more, and then we can end. Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your presentations and for sharing this work to develop a plan to work among Indias to act and interact much easier with AgTechs and other members of the ecosystem. With this, I would like to know how much progress you have made to bring in active actors of the agritechs, of the parties that are in the methodological side and the operational side of the interaction, because there are different paces within INEAS as compared to businesses that are moving along at a different pace. We already have clarity as to when to move forward or when not to, and With my colleague and I, one of the things we would like to highlight is the importance of sitting down with you together to work on this, or perhaps to basically enrich our knowledge. Okay, thank you. Yes, I agree fully. The work has been done. I did not really mention the methodology, but it certainly was through in dozens and dozens of interviews with startups in different countries, producers, incubators, accelerators, funds. That precisely the idea was to talk to the different actors in the different ecosystems, and then based on their experiences, match visions that perhaps may be opposed. But for example, we could wonder why a given producer does not want to obtain X technology. So that led to a lot of research, and this is all reflected in the report. And I coincide with you in the sense that for planning and execution of specific measures could be very important, more than a diagnosis. Basically, this would help in the design of instruments. And so it is very important to align the design with startups or producers. I fully agree. Something quickly, Mariana? Yes, very briefly. In this protocol that we developed, the idea is that when we evaluate the different solutions, we agree with the startup exactly what is going to be done. Although they do this, there is a whole process for this. The idea is to specifically agree to what will be understood for INEAS and for businesses as to where they want to go, up to what point in the process. This is a very participatory process for implementation purposes. The implementation is significant. We have been trying to accelerate our processes, but we will never move along at the pace you are going, but we are working hard on this. Okay, thank you very much, Guada, and thank you, Jeremías, Tomaso, and Guadalupe. An applause for them all. And we move to the next slide. Allow me to wrap up the morning. I would like to invite Tim Lim, Ryan, and virtually Vitor Bessan from Brazil. Both Ryan as well as Tim and Vitor and Ana Luisa, which I believe is connected, are from McKinsey & Company, a business with which we have been interacting significantly here at ICA lately. We thank the professionalism with which they analyze so many matters. Some of these have to do, in fact, with what we are covering today, the digital transformation of the industries, and particularly agriculture and artificial intelligence. So this block specifically is focused on artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, and McKinsey will show us the state of progress, state of the art, the development and application of artificial intelligence to the industry. I did not mention this, but Tim quickly to my left is a partner of McKinsey & Company and heads, correct me if I am mistaken, but you deal with all the operation of chemistry and agriculture, right? Ryan, also here. The Analytics and Environment and Agriculture Center, and Victor is associate partner based in Sao Paulo, and he heads projects in the area of manufacturing and operations. In summary, that is what each one does in McKinsey & Company. So all yours, go ahead. Thank you very much. We thank you very much for the invitation to be present with you here today. We did so last year too, and it has been a beautiful experience. That was a very inspiring week last year. We are very glad to participate again, seeing new faces, by the way. Respecto a la presentación de la compañía, quiero invitar para cerrar la mañana, invitar a Tim. Tim Lim, Ryan, also here. The Analytics and Environment and Agriculture Center is a partner of McKinsey & Company, based in Sao Paulo, and he heads projects in the area of manufacturing and operations. In summary, that is what each one does in McKinsey & Company. So all yours, go ahead.
Thank you very much. We thank you very much for the invitation to be present with you here today. We did so last year too, and it has been a beautiful experience. That was a very inspiring week last year. We are very glad to participate again, seeing new faces, by the way.
Thank you for the introduction. I am not talk about who we are. You can go ahead and Google it whenever you have a chance if you do not know. So fine, we'll skip over that. Allow me to begin with some questions for the audience here. Are there many participants online? 60 people online. Well, I apologize because they can really not participate in this question. Raise your hand if you're using artificial intelligence in daily activities. Perfect. Okay, another question. Who believes that agriculture is the leading sector in the scale adoption of artificial intelligence? Who thinks? One? Two? Okay, fine. Oh, that gives me a good idea. I believe that based on what I see, I do agree with the majority of those here in the meeting room. This is a process that moves along very slowly in agriculture, sadly. But here we are talking about the transformation of the sector. So I believe that will be one of the key elements of what we will be discussing very quickly. Allow me to explain what we do. We solve problems, typically large corporations, multinational entities. And I, as was said, I have to work with leading businesses in the LATAM region. Particularly today, I am continuously asked about three things. One, growth strategies. Income, basically due to the uncertainty of tariffs and weather, etc., and trade flows. Secondly, how can we strengthen our supply chain? There are many disruptions today and cost fluctuations. So how can we go about this? Three, and perhaps even most important, what we do the most is how can we digitalize our operations or use technology to improve our operations? And throughout all these matters, the question arises as to what do we do with artificial intelligence? So that is why, allow me to quickly explain this. Those are the three of us.
So I'm going to switch very quickly to the agenda and to Victor, who I believe is online. Yes, he is. Victor? Can you turn up the volume, please?
Oh, okay, good. It's good to be here, Fede. Thanks a lot for the invitation here. We are very honored to do this presentation. So moving forwards to the next page.
Sorry, Vitor, we are hearing you very low.
Really? Let me... Is it better now?
Yes, it's better.
Oh, okay, good. So as I was saying, thanks a lot for the space here. If we move to the next page, the idea here today is to, before we talk about agriculture in itself, we need to understand what GenAI is, right? And if it's a hype or reality, right? And separate and give you guys the necessary knowledge to separate hype from reality, right? So if we go to the next page, we see that artificial intelligence as a science, it's not something new, right? It's something that started on the 50s with the first articles, right? And then it was evolving over time into what we call machine learning, deep learning, and generative AI, right? What made this possible, both from a practical and both from a theoretical standpoint, was the development of computers that could really process huge amounts of data, right? So what is artificial intelligence, right? So artificial intelligence is the machine's ability to perform cognitive functions of the human mind, right? And how do we achieve artificial intelligence, right? We develop a series of techniques, the first one being machine learning, what we will discuss in the next page more specifically. But it's probably the most and the major approach to realize AI, which is a way to explore huge data sets in order to get an answer or to satisfy specific mundane tasks, right? And then in the last 10 to 15 years, two big developments appeared in the artificial intelligence scene, right? Deep learning, which was the capability of creating huge neural networks, which are mathematical models, to enhance and to use other sources of data, non-relational data, non-tabular data, right? So images, sounds, text, right? And then over the last 5 years, we see the boom of generative AI, which is how can we use AI to generate content? So moving up to the next page, we see here that AI right now can be separated in two rough types of AI, right? What we call analytical AI, which it's used to solve analytical tasks faster and more efficiently than humans. I think that here the biggest examples of use are sales forecasting, segmentation, sentiment analysis, and this is used for in an agricultural setting, is used for yield prediction, forecasting when crops are going to mature and that sort of stuff, right? When we talk about generative AI, we're talking about artificial intelligence that is capable of generating new content, right? Enhancing or greatly enabling humans to generate different types of content that are unstructured in nature, right? Like images, texts, and other types of non-structured data, right? I think that the biggest examples of use here are image generation, the copilots from ChatGPT, and probably some drug discovery methods that we discovered over the last few years that enabled a lot of different evolutions, both in the pharma and the agricultural industry, right? So if we go to the next page, we will see part of the results. Can we go to the next page? Oh, yes. We can see here this one, yes. So we can see here that McKinsey performs a survey with CEOs from companies all around the world every year to understand the state of AI and how organizations are using AI in their business functions, right? In this QR code right here, you can have access to the latest big survey, right? And we, as part of the ongoing commitment to have this type of information, we also have other surveys available from time to time, right? But what we see here based on the survey is the fact that 72% of all organizations are already using AI for one function or more, which is a huge number, right? And what we see here is that the tendency, it's only going to grow, right? So more and more people are looking to both analytical AI and both generative AI source and use cases, right? And we see that on the next page, please, that right now, most of the Gen AI use is regarding marketing and sales and content support, right? We see here, based on the survey, a little bit of a tendency to automatize primarily marketing and sales, right? But we see here a a little bit, which is very interesting, and Ryan is going to show you guys in a second, that we see other functions from all of the types of companies that we interview getting closer and closer to deploy at least one specific use case using Gen AI, which is, I think it's very cool, right? So Ryan, I think you're next. Oh, sorry, you're not. So we do see also in the same survey that there is a strong difference between the challenges that different types of companies are facing, right? And one of the most interesting aspects is that the data aspect of it is often overlooked by people that don't use Gen AI, right? And we see that the biggest concern of all of the respondents that are high-performing organizations in Gen AI is data, right? So how can we have availability of data? How can we have clean data? How can we have data that is really meaningful for the organization, right? And then as a big concern of all of these companies is how can we deal with the risks associated with generating content, right? I think that the biggest lesson here is we should enable and try to understand how can we capture the value from the sources of data that we have. Now it's with you, Ryan.
Thank you. And soy Ryan Macala. Mi presentación será en inglés también, pero estoy practicando mi español.
I'm practicing my Spanish, but my presentation is going to be in English.
I am based in the U.S., but I live here also in San Jose for a period of the year. And I lead all of our work in advanced analytics just for agriculture. So we work in crop detection, yield forecasting, and now sort of Gen AI applications in agriculture. So let's look at what this means for agriculture. If we go to the next slide, please, Tim, which looks like I can do myself. So this is an analysis that we've done across sectors of how much impact can Gen AI have, and just Gen AI across industries. And when you look at this, your first thought is, okay, this is bad news for agriculture. We are all the way on the far end of the chart. What this really means is sort of, why is agriculture at the bottom here? It's really because agriculture is less data intensive than many industries, right? I mean, as much data opportunity as we have, if you think about credit card processing and banking, it's still much, much less. It's also a much more manual industry, right? I mean, there's physical work being done, and that doesn't occur in a lot of industries. And also just the size of the industry as far as how much data we have to process. So that's why it is on the right-hand side. For more digital adoption, that can certainly get bigger. But I'd also say, the two good points about this are, one, this means there's frankly less negative labor implications of this. As we think about what are some of the downsides of Gen AI, of replacing some jobs where there's a lot of text-heavy work that's being done, there's a lot less impact on our industry for that. And two, outside Gen AI, there's still a lot that we can do on the digital side. This is really just, again, focused on Gen AI, all the text-based summarization and content creation, which is not everything. So this is agriculture in Gen AI. If we go to the next page, where can we apply AI in ag? So this is some examples across different domains of an ag input company. So seeds, crop protection, we can look at this for each step of the value chain, but we think it's really important to look in these domains because it's usually not one specific use case, but there's really a lot of things that you can do together if you look at R&D or you look at marketing and sales. So I won't walk through all of these. We have two specific examples I'm going to go through, but what you see here are, if we look inside the functions in our companies, R&D, for example, example, molecule discovery. There's really interesting things that we can do in applying Gen AI to discover new ways of using chemicals for active ingredient generation and crop protection, for example. On the operations side, so I have an example here that is more downstream. A client I was working with in the beverage industry, we were talking to them about Gen AI, and they were one step ahead of us. They had a bottling line, and they had a real problem where the bottles were actually getting tied up in one spot of the line, causing the line to stop and go down. So they'd installed a camera to look at that, and then had the data feed going right to Claude AI, the Anthropic, version of ChatGPT, and they were able to detect 20 minutes early when that line failure was going to happen, because they could see the bottles starting to get out of sorts, and then they could prevent the issue before it happened. So they did this in a matter of 2 weeks with basically one person and nearly free technology, a $50 camera and a Claude subscription. So that's one example where on the operations side, things are moving really fast, and we can think very creatively about how to use some of the tools that are out there. Two quick examples. So this is on reaching producers. So, there is in the US, at least, lots of energy that our ag input companies are putting out and trying to reach farmers. Direct mail, social media. And so a lot of that it's pretty basic in what are we reaching them with, the same messages. The examples you see here are some early mock-ups that we've seen a company do to figure out how can we get all of the information about our customers, know who they are, where they live, and then also what they have bought in the past, to have much more personalized recommendations that we send to them, right? And you see this in sort of an iPad output, but imagine this can be going also into Facebook ads and TikTok and SMS messages to say, look, we know what you bought this year. There is precipitation over the past 2 weeks, so we think there's a fungicide product that is really well suited for you. And we're not sending that same message to everyone out in the same county even, but we really know how to personalize this for them based on knowing what they've actually purchased this year. So there's a lot of things that we can do that are really, it's the same type of work that we've all done in the past, but just much faster, much more automated. Imagine this going out every week instantly to 100,000 customers versus our marketing analysts trying to come up with, well, what's the message that we should send out this month? So that is one real world example. The first question we often get is like, where the heck do we start, right? Because there's so many opportunities. There's so many different types of technology. How do we begin to understand what the opportunity is for us? And the reality is, most things never actually turn into real impact in the field. We've seen this not just with Gen AI, but lots of digital work. Tim asked the question, who's using Gen AI at scale in your company? And it was, 1% of hands in the room here. And that's because, there is, frankly, not enough investment that goes in. We do things at a subscale level. And then also the way we prioritize is often not effective. So what have we learned? Here's a couple takeaways that we think are critical to figure out where to go next, and then we'd love to open it up for questions in just a minute. So, I think a couple learnings are, when we do have to start with big, bold ideas, if we just think about how do we automate our process a little bit more, we're missing a lot of the opportunity. We can think more aspirationally about where the real value is, and there are frankly new business models that we can bring to life if we do that. The partnership landscape is another one that I would highlight from this list. When it comes to Gen AI, for example, the LLMs, the models are out there, right? And there's pretty clear partnership models, how any company can leverage that technology, create your own version of it to be able to not have to invent the core technology. But there's also then lots of service providers that are now in the middle of that to say, you have this operations use case. We've already tailored an agent to be able to do this. And so it takes a lot of careful thinking of what do we really want to build versus what's already out there, and we can really partner with someone in industry who's doing this. And then I think the last one that I'll highlight is the second to last point on this page of redesigning the process. I think this is also a common failure mode, that we invest in the technology, but not in the people changes that have to occur. How does this fit into our process? How are we going to get people to actually change the way they work? Because if these things aren't adopted by the humans in our organizations, then there's really no impact. And I think that's frankly more than half of the effort. The technology side is easy in contrast to that. So we'd love to talk to anyone here after the session, also in Q&A, about what you've learned about this, and there's particular challenges you're having. It does become very individualized for where do we find the value and how do we sort through the specific challenges. We have another QR code for you, which is here, where we would love to hear from you. If you would like a follow-up on any of these topics, you can put your information in here. We'll get in contact with you to understand if there's some specific areas where we should just chat in more depth. And we have a bit more time for questions?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Tim, Victor, and Ryan, we have questions. Oh, we have time for questions. Yes? Okay, Juan.
Translation, use the headset.
May I ask in English? Okay. So regarding the lack of adoption of in artificial intelligence or the lack of real outputs in our sector, some people say that a relevant factor is that the traditional big players in industry, in agriculture, such as Corteva, Syngenta, John Deere, and the rest of one, they are not matching the real challenge in terms of investments in innovation and incorporation of this digital. Do you agree with these comments of some experts?
That's a very good question. Have there been enough investments? I think, first of all, most of the ag input majors there has been a lot of, I'd say, digital investment in general, right? You've seen a lot of that more on the precision ag side, which has been also a difficult road, frankly, over the past 10, 15 years of how do we monetize that effectively on the precision agriculture side. And adoption there is slower, frankly, with the producer segment than I think the ag input companies would like. And then two, lots of investments on the analytics, internal digital side. I think the Gen AI piece is where I think companies across all industries are really still trying to get their heads around how big should we go and how do we make sure we don't waste $1 billion in some area where we're going to see very incremental gains. And so I think that's why, particularly in the economic environment we're in right now, it is probably slower than we would like in this area, but that is underneath the umbrella of lots of digital spending that's occurred over the past 10 years. But there have been successes from that as well, of course.
Gracias, Ryan. Lloyd?
Thank you, Ryan. Lloyd?
Thanks, guys, for the presentation. What is your realistic scenario for the potential for AI to really change innovation when it comes to genetics? So new molecules that are greener, that are cleaner, genetic engineering in plants. How realistic is that to really save some time and to speed up that process to solve a lot of the problems we have for nutrition, for growth, for drought, for all the challenges that we have in agriculture?
That's a big question. So my view on that, and Vitor or Tim, you might have one as well, is technologically, I think the impact is tremendous, right? If you think about where Gen AI has real potential. Molecule discovery, pairing that with CRISPR and other kind of genetic editing, genetic modification technologies. We're seeing those already in the life sciences pharma space, likely, I'd say, even faster. That is a core use case where it makes sense. I think there's value being generated now, and 5 years from now, I think that could be radically transformed. Now, how does that impact food insecurity, resilience? How quickly can we get those innovations out into the field? I think that's another question, right? I think one of the tragedies of the commons, I think all of us in this room have probably seen, is a lot of the investment goes into the most commercially viable crops, right? Soy, maize, et cetera. Breeding for sorghum, cassava, drought-resistant crops in the tropics. There's just a lot less investment in that, and that's where many of the challenges that you highlighted occur. So I think that to me is a more open question. Will we see the innovation flow to those places? That's a point as well. Vitor?
Yeah. And to complement your vision, what I think is happening is that
Can you please turn off your mic?
Very positive in this type of development. As you've mentioned, we see a lot of different. We work together with pharma companies as well to develop this type of new molecules and to understand how we can use these molecules in CRISPR and that sort of stuff, right? So I see the outlook both from a technological perspective and also from an application perspective to be very good.
Gracias, Víctor. Nicolás, ¿verdad?
Victor.
¿Tenías una pregunta?
Nicholas, do you have a question? No?
¿Sabes? Ok. Luis, adelante.
Please go ahead.
Felicitaciones
Well,
por
first
el
of all, I would
panel.
like to
Mi nombre es
congratulate the
Luis Pineda,
panel.
soy asesor
My
de la
name is Luis
ministra de
Pineda.
Agricultura y
I'm
Ganadería
the
en Guatemala.
consultant of the
Pronuncio chiquito, me voy a
Minister
poner.
of Agriculture and
Felicitaciones de
Livestock in
nuevo. Una
Guatemala.
pregunta rápida
I'm
y
short, so I'm
concreta.
going to stand up.
Nosotros en
So,
Guatemala
in
tenemos un
Guatemala, we
problema,
have
una
an
oportunidad
opportunity
con esta nueva revolución
with
industrial de la
this
inteligencia
new
artificial. Pero la situación que
industrial
nosotros
revolution,
tenemos
which
es
is
que al tener
AI.
22
But as we
pueblos,
have
22
22
idiomas, las asimetrías
languages and
cada vez parecen
peoples,
más amplias.
we see more and
Y lo
more.
que me interesa es,
And
Ryan lo
so
mencionaba con el
Ryan
tema
was
de
mentioning this
personalizar.
with the part of
¿Han tenido
customizing.
ustedes una
Have
buena
you had a
práctica
good
para
practice
ese vínculo de
for this
inteligencia
link between
artificial con
AI
pueblos
with
indígenas, con esos
indigenous
agricultores
peoples,
que
with
digamos
those
están más en la
farmers who are
periferia y
more
no
in
en
the
el área urbana,
periphery and not in the
que
urban
al final
area,
del día nos
that
cuesta
in the
mucho
end of the
llegar a
day
ellos?
is hard to
¿Cómo
reach?
llegar a esas
They are very
personas?
hard
¿Cómo
to reach. How
educarlos
to reach
digitalmente
them,
para que
how
la
to
asimetría no sea
educate
mayor?
them digitally so that we don't widen those gaps. That's a very good question. Very, very good question. And clearly, we have our offices in Guatemala as well, so we're well familiarized with some of the challenges we face there. So obviously, for that domain, as Ryan was mentioning the domain, so there's a huge impact that maybe we could capture there. In terms of the graph, when we looked at the opportunities for Gen AI, because we're talking about agriculture as the industry itself, but that's not the types of the ones that would respond well to the domains. There are certain indirect benefit that may be captured. And in terms of language models or accelerating the pace of change, well, I have my regional perspective or vision, and that's according to Tim. It's not my company saying this, it's me. What those who are using Gen AI and actually obtain a benefit from it are the big ones that dedicate resources to look at where the business case is. They invest in that domain to capture the stake value, and they continue that graph that Victor showed of having the clean data and ready, have a good understanding of the risk level, and they invest well that way there. And then we have the other extreme, the other end of those who really benefit themselves, which are the ones that use the AI to develop vibe coding or have access to quick translation. Approximate might not be the real thing or the accurate thing, but yes. So the AI does this, general AI does this really well. And so there's a disproportionate benefit in terms of investment, at a very low cost investment. So to me, the organizations that are in between that curve that are not well prepared. And that's where we're trying to decipher or move them in Victor's graph to move them from being the groups that have more disadvantages to capturing the benefits to becoming from the ones that can actually be ready for the adoption and seizing this. So I see it as a trough curve of those who will actually capture a benefit. I don't know, Victor, if you have another perspective, because I see you ready to say something.
Same perspective, have the same views as you, Tim.
Thanks a lot. Gracias, Víctor. Teníamos una pregunta más y cerramos con
We
esa
had one
pregunta.
more question. We're going to close with that question.
Thank you. By design, agriculture is a very open system. Producing crops in the field, there's so many factors. I mean, hundreds and thousands of factors. So predicting with certain precision, anything gonna be very complex. So my question is, do you think the adoption of AI or Gen AI in agriculture will ever go to a level, significant level than where we are now, in terms of number of sensors you're gonna need, number of data you need to collect to predict it precisely? It's not going to Mars or Moon, where you can control by physics, chemistry, all those things you can control and measure. But here, everything is open.
Yeah, I think that is a real challenge, right? That's fundamental to this industry. There are many more variables to deal with in agriculture than most other industries by far. And many of those are not controllable by us, namely weather, right? So I think that's a real challenge that over time, every step of that process gets easier. And I think also knowing, what level do we need at Insight? I think to us has been the critical point of, if you need a prediction, well, do we need a prediction for every day of the season or every week? And do we need it for every, 1 by 1 meter pixel? Or actually, if we know the municipality, is that enough for the question that we're asking here? I think that's the only way to really sort of win with that type of challenge, is figuring out like what's the minimum that you really need and focusing on that, because it is impossible, right, to get to 100% accuracy and predictions at every scale that we want right now. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. And to complement on that vision, right? So no model is 100% perfect in making any predictions, right? But the thing is, some models are sufficiently good enough for us to do predictions in the granularity or in the level that we want, as Ryan was saying, so and given the examples that we already have, we think not just that it's possible, but it's already capturing value, right? We do have some examples of multivariate analysis being conducted in crops for yield prediction or for leprosy and that sort of stuff. So it's already possible with the level of accuracy that we already have to drive value and to create impact.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias de nuevo.
Well, thank you once
Víctor,
again,
Ryan, Tim.
Victor, Ryan,
Un
Tim.
placer tener
A
una vez más
pleasure
a
once
McKinsey
again to
Company
have
aquí.
McKinsey and
Aplausos.
Company with us here today. An applause.
Gracias, Tim. Y simplemente anunciar
I would
que
just like to
pasamos al
announce
almuerzo.
time
Estamos
for
unos minutos
lunch.
demorados,
We are a
pero de
bit
todas
behind
maneras vamos
schedule,
a
but
tomar una hora
anyway, let us take
aproximadamente
1
para
hour
almorzar
approximately
tranquilos.
to take it easy having lunch.
Y nada más. Eso.
And that is it.
Carlos, ¿algo
Thank
más?
you. Anything else, Carlos?
En el mismo lugar de ayer
No,
el
same
almuerzo.
place as yesterday's lunch.
Recording stopped.
Aquí comando el conjunto de. Aquí empezando por acá.
The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Hola.
Hello, good afternoon.
Qué gusto tenerlos
It is a
aquí.
pleasure to have you
Nos ha
here.
tocado el panel
We are
probablemente
in
más
charge of
difícil,
perhaps the most
porque es el
difficult
panel
panel.
después de
This
almuerzo.
is the after lunch
Entonces, confío en que
panel.
hayan tomado
So
cafecito.
I hope
El
you had
café
a cup of coffee.
costarricense es
Costa
muy
Rican
bueno,
coffee is
muy
very
recomendado.
good,
Y sin
very
más, les cuento
recommended.
entonces un
Without
poco
further ado, let me
qué
tell you a
esperamos
bit
de este
about
panel de
what we
tecnologías
expect of this
digitales para
digital
una nueva generación de
technologies
servicios financieros.
for a new
El objetivo
generation of
del
financial
panel
services
de esta
panel. The
tarde es
objective for
explorar
this afternoon
cómo las
is to explore
tecnologías
how
digitales pueden
digital
transformar
technologies can
los procesos de
transform
análisis,
the
gestión y
analysis,
otorgamiento de
management,
crédito
and
a
awarding of credit
agricultores,
to
empresas del sector agro,
farmers and
promoviendo
representatives
mayor
of the agro sector,
transparencia, más
fostering greater
agilidad,
transparency,
reducción de
streamlining
costos y
processes,
en
lowering
general una
costs, and
mayor
generating
accesibilidad e
greater
inclusión financiera.
access and financial inclusion.
Vamos a ver un poco hoy
We will
experiencias
cover
desde lo
some
público, de lo
experiences from the
privado.
private as well as the
Tenemos
public sector.
panelistas
We have
acá
panelists
presencialmente, tenemos
here in
otros
person.
panelistas ya también
Others
conectados
are also connected
y bueno,
remotely.
para no
And
demorarnos más,
to not
le doy
take
la
further
palabra
time, I would like to
entonces
offer the
a
floor to
Kate Ambler.
Kate Ambler.
Es
Kate is
Senior Research
Senior
Fellow en la Unidad de
Research at the
Mercados,
Market
Comercio e
Unit, Trade and
Instituciones
Institutions
del
of
International
the
Food Policy
International Food
Research
Policy
Institute. Por
Research
favor,
Institute.
Kate,
Go ahead,
adelante.
Kate. Go ahead.
Gracias por la invitación.
Thank you for the invitation.
Y permíteme, voy a hablar en inglés.
Allow me to speak in
puedan
English so
entenderme.
that you can better understand me. I hope,
Si no, voy a estar muy nerviosa.
if I'm not too nervous, though.
Okay, so my name's Kate Ambler. Like she said, I'm a senior research.
Recording in progress.
And for those of you who aren't familiar, IFPRI is an international research organization. We're part of the CGIAR, and we're to think of us as the sort of policy research, social science arm of the CG. We have a lot of economists like myself, nutritionists, political scientists, and other social scientists there. We do a lot of work, evaluation and research on the adoption of agricultural technologies, production strategies. And today I'm going to talk about some of our work on finance and specifically the potential for implementing digital solutions in the finance space. So I think this is going to be a big shift from a lot of what we've been talking about so far over the past couple of days, where we've talked a lot about sort of new exciting technologies, really like focused on getting the production there. And this is sort of the piece that farmers and others are going to need to access all of those new exciting technologies, because I noticed a lot of them have some sort of hefty price tags, right? So without sort of really great ideas for new finance methods, we're not going to be able to really unlock all of the potential of the different strategies we've talked about. And let me just say that like this talk is going to be informed by my research, which is really taken place outside of Latin America in parts of Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. So I'm going to be speaking from a little bit of a different perspective. And you'll see that in some of the data that I present. Okay, so in agriculture, we know that like there's historically large financing gaps, that we have trouble getting credit into this sector. This is for a lot of reasons, because of the rural locations where farmers are, because there's not a lot of services located in those areas, because of the long distances that you would need to travel to service these clients, because sometimes smallholder farmers need small loans, and this doesn't give financial institutions the scale that they need to really profitably make these loans. There's unique repayment timing because of the harvest cycles, and those can vary from year to year, from crop to crop. There's just a lot of variability. There's a lot of risk driven particularly by the weather, but by other things as well. And this just all means that financial institutions are often hesitant to get into this space because they don't know it. They're not experienced, and they see all of these issues, and there's other ways that they could go. Solutions like microfinance, which we all have heard a lot about, are not always well designed for agriculture, but they're also expensive, and farmers have to pay really high interest rates to access those types of credit. So I think there's a lot of hope that digital finance could really finally get into that space and lower some of these costs to make credit just better for people in the agricultural space. We know that financial technologies driven by digital progress have really changed the way that people make payments and take loans out. And we've seen that that's really revolutionized the sending of remittances, for example. It's really changed the way people make payments, oftentimes in urban areas. And there are a lot of products that exist in the agricultural space. But up to today, at least in the sectors, the areas that I know really well, a lot of them lack commercial viability. And so they're just not really like taking off in a way that these companies really have a profitable path forward. But there are, potentials for inroads. And I'm going to talk a lot today about payments and little then about credit, and then even less about insurance. So when we think about digital payments, this is just from the Global Findex data produced by the World Bank from a sort of handful of countries that I'm sort of familiar with. We see that, lots of people across the world are reporting that they have made or received digital payments. And this is like growing over time. But when we ask people who receive agricultural payments, whether or not these payments were received in cash only, in general, we see that these numbers are really high. Most people are not getting agricultural payments via digital methods. And you can see at the bottom, Kenya is the outlier, as it often is. They have a sort of much more advanced digital payment system than many other countries. So I'll just mention here a little bit of data that my team and I have collected at IFPRI on intermediary actors in Uganda and Bangladesh to give you a sense of how this operates, even not just for farmers, but for traders and processors and wholesalers. So we did a set of surveys among these types of actors in 4 value chains across these 2 countries. And we can show that even these enterprise transactions overwhelmingly are done in cash. So those gray bars are the percentage for each of these value chains and these different types of actors that are reporting that they're making buying or selling transactions in cash. And then those light blue bars are advanced or delayed payments, which actually in many cases are also often made in cash. So you can see that these, even as we go up the value chain to sort of down the value chain, to bigger actors, that we're still seeing a lot of cash-based transactions. And then we can see that these intermediary actors, a lot of them do report having accounts at financial institutions, especially like in Bangladesh, the rates are really high. They're a little bit lower in Uganda, depending on what type of actor you're talking about. But many of them are not able to access these accounts digitally. So while there is variation, we're still seeing a lot of these types of people who are acting, commercially in these spaces are really not able to get the benefits of digital access to their accounts, even when they have them. And another thing that we note is that many people, especially in Uganda, report using mobile money for personal uses. They might send or receive money for personal needs, but they do not do it for their businesses. So even though they're familiar with and know how to use the systems, they don't use it for their business. And even though they recognize that it's much more expensive and takes a lot longer for them to get to a bank than it does for them to reach the nearest mobile money agent, still there's this really strong preference for using cash, even in these commercial transactions. There was a study done by other researchers in Uganda where they used a digital platform to sort of match buyers and sellers, in a digital way, but then they report that when they meet up to make the transaction, they use cash, even when they're offered the opportunity to make a digital payment. So there's this real reticence among these people. So what is stopping people from doing this? This work, a lot of it is supported by the Gates Foundation. And when we talk to the project managers there, they just say, I just don't understand why it's so much better. Why aren't they doing this? Like, you just have to convince them. And they believe very strongly in it. I mean, I agree that there are these benefits, but there's a real still strong undercurrent in these populations that make it really difficult to get over that hump of making these digital transactions. One is transaction costs. It costs money to make a digital payment. You have to go to the place. Once you get that money on your phone, you're then going to have to go, because then you can't use that usually to buy something. So you have to go to a mobile money agent and convert that to cash to then buy something. And that's the same thing as these agent networks. You have to have an agent who's close by to you so that you can really access the cash that's in your phone. Digital literacy is another issue. A lot of people just are not familiar and they just don't feel comfortable. They don't trust it. They have a fear of fraud. There's a lot of people who feel that they've been scammed by agents in particular, overcharging them, or larger. So there's like low-level fraud, and then there's big fraud that has happened, like with people sort of stealing money from these accounts. So like a lot of people report that they've been victims of fraud in mobile money. So that's a big issue. Connectivity, depending on where you are, perhaps in Latin America, this is less of an issue, but in parts of Nigeria where we worked, even with our partner, not everyone had access to the network. They don't understand it. So knowledge is a big issue, and government regulation is also a problem. A lot of times there's daily limits, which really like hurts traders. They can't make a lot of transactions in one day, or just getting access to a bank account is really a problem. So what can we do? We can catalyze payments along value chains so that people don't need to convert their money into cash right away. This means we need to build this digital financial infrastructure in rural areas and ensure that public policy is aligned with these objectives. So just turning briefly to digital finance and credit, away from payments for a moment. Eventually, what we'd love to do is use these digital technologies to inject more credit into these systems. There's a lot of promise because they can reduce these transaction costs, and they can also get us better data that would allow us to better understand our clients and hopefully make more profitable loans. But here below, I've put a little schematic of the system that a partner of ours in Nigeria used to evaluate clients for their digital loan program. They partner with banks, they build this database, they conduct assessments, they have applications, then they bulk purchase inputs and have to distribute those inputs, and then conduct visits for monitoring and recovery. So to me, this doesn't look very different from just like a general loan, right? It's supposed to be some kind of digital solution, but in reality, like they're still giving out these input loans. They're still doing a lot of on-the-ground work to get to these farmers, which means that it's still very expensive, and they're not really getting to that the scaling that they need in order to really achieve the promise of their digital credit product. So the barriers that I see as and to the success of digital credit in the agricultural space are the risk aversion of lenders is a huge issue. They insist on giving out input loans, which creates a huge last mile problem. You have to still deliver those inputs directly to farmers. There is also an aversion to innovation and experimentation. They're extremely risk averse when it comes to trying out new products and risking, the capital behind them. There's a lack of data because of these underdeveloped payment systems. We don't have that data that we're promised to do this great credit scoring that we could do if we had big payment histories that farmers can get on these systems. So if we were able to really increase the payments, we could have better data that could then give us more profitable loans. But right now we don't have that. This doesn't allow us to do that screening. And then there's the farmer relationship. The farmers don't understand the digital setups oftentimes, and this means that monitoring and repayment might suffer unless you have that personal relationship with the farmer. And then in some cases, there's still a connectivity issue with unreliable service provision. So in our experiences in Nigeria, for example, we found with this partner trying to give out these loans, there was no connectivity, which meant even for cash, they had to deliver it in person and they weren't able to deliver it via digital means. The government stepped in at the last minute and gave out, free inputs to a certain subset of farmers, which really, disrupted the entire business plan that our partner had for that season. And so then their screening completely broke down and they had to move on to a new set of farmers. We worked with another organization in Bangladesh where they had an innovative product, but really there was only one element that was digitized, and that was a platform for peer-to-peer lending that was sort of outward facing. That sort of broke down in the middle of the experiment, and then the innovative idea that they had for profit sharing loans required a lot of legwork in the field. There was too much government regulation for opening bank accounts that were required. And then farmers had a real aversion to digital payments. Like they would not accept money given via mobile money. And so we had to deliver payments for the sale of, in this case, livestock directly to their homes. So there was a lot of issues that really need to still be addressed. And one just last comment on the insurance. We also find in those surveys we did of midstream actors that risk is felt across all actors, even in the midstream. And they really mention weather, not just farmers. So the traders, the wholesalers, the processors, they all identify weather as a huge risk. And it's not well managed. Most of them say they do nothing to manage their risk, which really creates a huge space for innovative new insurance products. So what is the future? We can develop digital payment infrastructure. We need to improve acceptance, connectivity. Smartphones will be huge. I think in some places, a lot of people have smartphones in these areas in rural Bangladesh and rural Nigeria and other parts of rural sub-Saharan Africa where I've worked. Farmers do not have smartphones at this time. And so as that grows, I think it will help. We need to really improve digital payment infrastructure across the value chain so that our farmers are buying and selling. And once you have to buy and then sell product, if everyone's accepting digital payments, it will make it much easier. We need to link a lot of systems together. So link our payment systems with our credit systems, as well as all these other services that we've heard about over the course of these last 2 days, the advisories, the climate, and the marketing, to make these systems really useful for people. Work towards building sustainable business models by allowing risk sharing among different sources of capital and providing predictable funding models for the credit organizations. And finally, we want to create risk management systems and insurance innovations. And this is like a place where, all this discussion we've had about AI can really come in. And I think in insurance, there's a lot of data that we can analyze if we can get it, and to build these really new innovative programs that can then feed back into making our credit systems more profitable. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Muchas gracias, además, por ajustarte al tiempo.
Thank you very much
Y
for
tenemos
meeting your
algunos
time frame.
minutos si
We have a
en el
few more
público quieren
minutes if
hacer
the
alguna
audience
pregunta.
has any question to pose.
No veo manos levantadas. Sandra, por favor.
No hands raised? Okay, Sandra, go ahead. Can it be in Spanish? Fine. Okay, I loved your presentation. And it struck me to see that you see that payment digitalization is the main strategy to ensure payment capacity and how the financial scoring of small producers. Well, particularly, we have seen this in this space. We have so many other sources of data, basically the field events and pricing and other data sources that we have been talking about over the last few days. Why hasn't that worked?
Thanks a lot. Well, so I think part of it is because I have a lot of experience doing work on these intermediary actors where we've been really studying in great detail their payment methods. So that's part of why I focus a lot on that. And I think it's a combination of things. Like we can use all of this other data that we've been discussing to make sort of credit products more useful. If we can get farmers information on weather, and we can get the financial institutions information on whether, so they deliver inputs on time, so they can plant on time when they're supposed to, then obviously that loan will be more profitable. So I mean, I think there are different elements that are important, but why I emphasize the payments is because I think we need to, actually, when I've done this work, I've talked to a lot of different people and you hear them argue which has to come first, the payments or the credit or the payments. And like, nobody agrees with that. And so probably it will work differently in different places. But I think once you have people, familiar with using their phone to make payments and they don't have to go then convert that payment to cash, they can then go just buy something, using the money that's in their account very easily. They're more familiar with that system. It builds up their history a little bit, and then they can more easily interface with the financial organization that's going to give them the loan. So I think it's only one inroad. It's just one of the important ones.
Yes. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Any other question?
Bueno, muy bien.
Well, very well. So now we can then move. Thank you, Kate, once again. So we're gonna share a public experience that's very interesting by Fernando Gallo and Tarek Carvalho. They represent the Directory of Agribusiness and Family Agriculture from Banco do Brasil. Both will present two digital financial solutions that have been developed for the bank. So good day, Fernando. Good afternoon.
Boa tarde.
Go ahead.
Vocês estão ouvindo bem?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Ok.
Yes.
Bom, pessoal, eu prefiro falar em português,
I'd
tá?
rather speak in
Eu vou
Portuguese.
falar sobre uma
I'm
tecnologia
going
que
to
desenvolveu aqui
talk
no banco.
about
Foi com a
a
finalidade
technology
de
that was developed
reduzir
here
custos de
at the
produção,
bank
os custos do
that
crédito
had
rural,
the
na verdade, né?
objective of
Só para
reducing
quem não
production
conhece, vou falar
costs.
rapidamente o Banco do Brasil, né? O Banco do
For
Brasil
those
é o
of you
banco do
who know
agronegócio
us,
brasileiro, tá?
the Banco do
Nós
Brasil
vamos
is a
completar
business bank.
no próximo mês 217 anos, então é uma empresa bicentenária.
Next month,
E quando a gente fala de
we
mercado,
will
market
turn
share, contando
217
com
years
crédito
old.
direto ao
And
produtor
when we
rural e
talk
pessoa
about
física,
market
nós temos uma
share, direct
participação
credit to
de
the producer,
56% do mercado.
we
Então,
participate
a minha
with
conversa vai ser
56%
justamente
of the market.
relacionada a isso,
So
porque
I'm
para
going
você
to
ter um
talk
market share
about
tão
that
grande, só para você ter ideia, a
so
gente
that we
passou
can
de
have,
700 mil
for us to
operações de
have
crédito
such a
rural por
large
ano.
market share,
Então, a gente precisa
we
ter
need to be able
tecnologia
to
e a gente
do
precisa
many
fazer
credit
acontecer.
operations, and we need
A solução que eu
technology.
trouxe hoje para
And
falar
everything has to
é
be done in
o
scale.
valor
So
de
the
bens
solution that
rurais
I
para a
bring
solução
to
do
you
BB.
today is
O
the
que é
value
essa
of
solução? Tá? E qual
rural
que é a
assets.
finalidade?
This
Dentro dos
is
itens de crédito
a
rural,
solution
que é muito
that
exigido nas
within the
operações, são
items of
garantias.
rural
Então,
credit
a
that
gente
is
desenvolveu uma
requested much,
ferramenta
we
interna
need to
para que a gente
have
consiga
collateral.
fazer
So we did
uma
an internal
avaliação de uma
warrant
propriedade
to
rural de uma forma muito
obtain
mais simplificada e
a
com custo reduzido.
rural
Eu vou explicar como que a gente fez
property
isso.
in a simplified manner.
Vocês estão conseguindo
And
ver
let
a
me
tela, né,
explain to you
pessoal?
how we did
Só me
this.
confirma alguém,
Can
por
you
favor.
see the slide?
Então tá ok. Bom,
Okay,
primeiro a
great.
gente desenvolveu uma
So first of all,
tecnologia utilizando a
we
interpolação
developed
espacial, que é
a
você gerar valor
technology
de
using the
atributos
spatial
próximos dos locais onde você
interpolation
conhece o valor.
with
Então,
attribute
aqui a gente,
values
desenvolveu
of
essa
places
tecnologia,
that
tá?
you know the
O Banco do
price
Brasil
or the
hoje tem
value of.
250
And with
profissionais
this technology, the
formados em
Bank of
ciências
Brazil
agrárias, né?
has
E um dos
over
serviços que eles
250
fazem
technicians
bastante é
that
avaliação de
trained
imóveis rurais,
as
que é uma
agronom
visita
in
em loco
agronomic
com
sciences.
propriedade
So
rural para apurar o
in this
valor desse
case,
bem.
we do an
Só para
on-site
vocês terem
visit
uma
to the
noção de
rural
dimensão,
property
a
to
gente faz
do
em torno
an
de 10.000
assessment.
avaliações por ano,
So we
né?
do
E justamente
10,000
são
assessments
essas
a year,
avaliações que servem como nossa
and
base de
those
dados para a gente fazer
valuations
a
are
interpolação. Hoje no nosso
good
sistema a
for a
gente tem em torno de
database, so we
130
can do the
mil
interpolation.
imóveis
Our
avaliados, tá?
systems
E
have
como que
over
funciona hoje essa
130,000
metodologia? A partir de uma informação de uma
states that were
coordenada geográfica do
assessed
imóvel,
or
latitude e
evaluated. We have the
o
information
sistema
of a
geolocaliza,
geographical
seria esse
coordinate.
em verde
The
neon,
system
a gente cria campo de delimitação e todos
geolocates
esses
the
pontos
place, and this
azuis
would be
que
the
estão aqui
spin
são
here,
os
and
imóveis,
then all
fazendas
these blue
avaliadas
dots
pela nossa rede
are
aí de engenheiros de
properties
avaliações, que são os engenheiros agrônomos. Então, a partir
that
desse
were
momento que eu tenho uma
assessed
quantidade
by
mínima
our
de imóveis
department.
próximos a esse que eu
So
conheço,
we have a
a
minimum
gente consegue
amount
fazer uma
of
valoração. E a segunda grande
plots near
sacada
to
que a
the
gente
one we
teve
are
foi
assessing,
fazer
and then we
avaliação de
can do the
terras,
assessment or the
observando
evaluation.
como que é
And the other
o uso do
idea
solo.
was to
Se ele é o
value
tipo de, se é
land
uma
depending
lavoura
on the
anual, como
land
por exemplo
use
soja,
and the
milho,
type
se é
of
uma área de
use, so the
pastagem
type of soil.
cultivada, ou até
For
mesmo se é uma
example,
área
if it's
de
pasture
preservação
land,
ambiental,
or
uma
if
reserva
it's a
legal. E a
cropland,
gente
or if
nota
it's
se
a
o valor do
biological
imóvel rural,
reserve,
ele está
and
relacionado
we
à
see
capacidade
the
de gerar renda.
value of
Então a gente observa nesse
this
exemplo hipotético que uma área de
property
lavoura
and the
anual ele tem um
possibility to
valor
generate
muito
some
superior
rent.
a
So
uma área
if
de
it's
reserva legal ou de
some
preservação
arable land,
ambiental.
it is
Então, nosso
much
sistema
greater than a
consegue
reserve, a
capturar
biological
isso.
reserve.
E quais
So
os
that
benefícios, tá,
system
que a gente encontrou,
captures
tá?
this information. And the benefits
Para
that we
você ter ideia,
found
uma avaliação de imóveis
were
rurais
that,
que
for
necessita
example,
a presença
for
em
you to
campo,
have an
ela
idea,
demora em torno de 15 a
an
30 dias. Isso a gente
on-site
consegue fazer isso hoje
valuation
de forma
takes
online,
15
tá?
or
Que
30
gera uma
days,
melhoria
but
na
we do it
experiência do
online,
cliente. A gente
and
conseguiu
we
também uma redução
improve the
de custos
experience
nos
of the
nossos
client.
processos bastante
We also
elevado, tá?
reduced the
Só para
cost
vocês
in
terem
this
ideia,
process that were
custo de
quite
uma
high.
avaliação de imóvel
Just for you
rural
to have an
aqui do
idea, the
Inloco
cost of
é entre
evaluation or
1.600
assessment
a 3.000
is
dólares por laudo,
about
tá? Hoje a
1,600
gente consegue
to
fazer isso em aproximadamente 2 dólares
to
cada
$3,000. And right
valoração,
now we're
isso
doing
custa de
this
2 dólares.
of $3
Questão
or
de
$2
rentabilidade,
per
né? Você
valuation.
tem, consegue ter uma
So
maior liberação da mão
profitability,
de obra
we
das
can
nossas redes
have
de agências,
a
tá?
release of labor
Para fazer
for
negócios.
businesses
A gente consegue ter uma melhor
so that they can do other
gestão das
things.
garantias, tá? Principalmente de
And we
segurança
also
do
have a
processo,
better
inseguridade,
management
que é
of the
também. E a
collateral
gente
security in
conseguiu
the
com isso
process.
reduzir
And
aí
with
o risco
that,
operacional,
we
né? Porque algumas
reduce the
vezes pode
operational
ter a
risk
falta de conhecimento
that
técnico de um funcionário da agência
sometimes
ou
may
até
be
mesmo
due to a
algum
lack of
interesse
technical knowledge
negocial, né?
by the personnel
Só para
or
vocês
due
terem
to
ideia da
some
utilização
business
dessa solução
interests.
aqui no banco,
So
no
just for
ano
you to have an
passado a
idea of
gente
how we're using
valorou
the
em
solution in the
500.000
bank,
imóveis
last
rurais, tá?
year we carried out
Que dá em
valuations
média aí
in
pouco mais de 2.000
500,000 rural
imóveis valorados
plots,
por
and
dia, por
this
dia
led to
útil, né? Tirando
2,000
fim de semana.
properties a day.
E dada essa solução, o que nós
not
fizemos no Banco do Brasil, né?
taking into
Dentro da
account the
estratégia
weekend.
corporativa do
So
banco,
in the
a
Bank
gente
of
está
Brazil,
fazendo
within
venda de
our
serviço, né? Que a gente
corporate
chama de banco como
strategy, we
serviço.
sold our
E a gente
services.
transformou
It's
essa
called the
solução em
Bank as a
produto,
Service.
tá?
And
Produto
we
hoje que está
translate
disponível
or
tanto numa
transfer this
plataforma, que eu vou
as
fazer
a product,
eu vou fazer um exemplo
which
bem
is now
rápido para
available in a
vocês, como em
platform.
API.
Let me
E a
give you a
gente
quick
consegue
example.
também levar essa eficiência, essa redução de
And
custos
we
para
also
outras
take
instituições
this
financeiras,
efficiency
para
and
algumas
these
traders,
resources
algumas
to
revistas
other
de fundos, né?
financial
Próprio governo,
institutions,
empresas que circulam no
trade-ins,
agronegócio.
or even the
Aqui o que vocês estão
government
vendo
or
aqui a um
other
lado é
companies.
laudo do imóvel rural.
What you see here
Eu vou
on the
compartilhar
side is
rapidamente a
a rural
plataforma ela tá
evaluation.
aparecendo. Eu tenho
And
que
here I'm
sair
going to
de
share
novo.
with you the
Eu acho
platform.
que eu tenho que mudar
This
aqui.
is what it looks like. One moment, please.
Ok, aqui rapidamente eu vou fazer uma navegação na plataforma e fazer
Okay, so very
exemplo
quickly, I'm going to navigate
real
in
de
the
um imóvel sendo
platform
valorado.
so that you can see a real example of how evaluation is carried
Plataforma
out.
bastante intuitiva. Aqui, a partir do momento que eu
This
coloco
platform is
efetuar a
quite
valoração e
intuitive.
avaliação, eu tenho a opção de digitar,
Here I
faço
say carry out
coordenadas ou até
evaluation.
mesmo selecionar,
I can
né, no
enter
mapa,
the
vou escolher
coordinates or
município
select them
aqui
in the map.
no
Let's
centro-oeste
say
do
this
Brasil,
municipality
Rio
in the
Verde,
center
procurar
eastern
alguma
part of
propriedade
Brazil, Rio
próxima, só para
Verde.
ficar mais
I find for,
temos diversas
I look
propriedades nessa
for
região, uma região
a
importante
nearby
produtora.
property for it to be
Então, selecionei
easy.
a
This is
propriedade
an
que eu quero
important region in
avaliar.
terms of production.
O sistema
So
já
I
faz uma verificação do
selected it.
município.
I want to do its appraisal. And so
Ok,
we
aí aqui
run
eu vou colocar
a
o tipo de
research of
solo,
the location, and I
lavoura
have to
manual,
enter
uma
the
área de
type
soja,
of
por
soil,
exemplo,
soil
vou colocar
use, the area,
350 hectares, uma área de
let's say
pastagem,
250 hectares.
atividade pecuária,
Let's say this is
150
pasture
hectares,
land for
uma área
livestock
de
activities.
preservação ambiental. Vou colocar mais 150
And let's say this is a
temos a
reserve
opção
or
também de
biological reserve
valorar
area.
a benfeitoria.
We also have the
Vou colocar
option
como
of
exemplo aqui, deixa eu ver, uma unidade de armazenagem. Então a gente tem a gente
appraising.
olha
Let's
quanto
say
que é
this
o
is
custo
a
para construção
storage
de
unit,
armazém
and we
convencional completo.
can
A gente olha
enter
a
the price
capacidade
or the
estática, por
cost of
exemplo,
building this
6.000
storehouse or
toneladas, que seria
warehouse,
equivalente a 100.000
and
sacas,
let's say
6.000 sacas de soja.
6,000
E
tons,
o ano de
which would
implantação,
be
justamente a gente fazer um cálculo de depreciação.
6,000
Então,
the
colocamos
sacks
todas
of
as
soy,
informações. A partir do
and
momento que a gente
we
coloca
can look at
realizar a valoração, a gente
depreciation,
só pede uma
calculations,
confirmação
and then the
e a gente
system
já tem aí o valor do imóvel de
will
forma
then
bastante
give us
rápida
the
disponível. Deixa eu compartilhar
valuation
aqui o
of the
arquivo que eu tenho
property very quickly,
Apareceu o arquivo?
and then I can even share this file.
Apareceu. Aqui é o
That's what it
valor
looks
desse
like.
imóvel rural, está em reais, né? 64
So
milhões de
you
reais.
see the value
61 milhões seria o
of
preço da
this
terra
property,
e
64
3.360.000
million
o
reals,
preço da unidade de
and
armazenagem.
61 for the land,
Ok?
and 3
Era
for
essa uma das
the
soluções aí
storage
que a
or
gente queria
warehouse.
trazer, né? Espero que
That's one of the
acrescente aí
solutions that
nas
we wanted to
discussões quando
show
a gente
you.
fala de
I hope
tecnologia para o
that
negócio.
I added value to
E
the
agora, não
discussions
sei
that
se a
you're having.
pergunta agora ou se a gente passa para o
And
Tarek aí
I don't
para
know if you
ele
want to
trazer
ask
uma
any
outra
questions
solução
now,
para a gente
or
apresentar.
if we should just move to the next presenter.
Boa tarde.
Tarek?
Oi, boa
Well, thank
tarde.
you very much.
Então,
Tarek,
a gente faz
good
as perguntas no
afternoon.
final das duas
We're going to ask the
soluções. Acho que
questions
fica
at
mais
the
fácil,
end
né?
with regards to the
Então,
solutions.
como o
I
Galo
think that
estava
would be
falando, o
easier.
banco ele representa, ele tem mais da
And
metade do
so
share
the
do
bank
agronegócio no Brasil. E a gente está trabalhando
has over half of the
firmemente
businesses in Brazil,
com
and
várias,
we
para caminhar com várias
are working
soluções digitais.
with
O Galo
different
apresentou uma
digital
que é
solutions.
fantástica, né? Que é a valoração dos bens, e eu vou falar de outra agora,
The
que é
one
a CPR
I'm
digital.
presented is
Só que eu não estou
amazing, but I'm going
conseguindo o
to talk
botão para
about
eu
another
compartilhar a
one.
tela, ele está indisponível para mim.
But I'm not being able to share my
Acho que
screen.
alguém precisa me autorizar.
One moment, please. Can somebody authorize me, please, so that I can share my screen?
O Tarek, passando o mouse, não aparece a opção Share Screen?
Não, lá embaixo está o share screen, mas ele está apagado, Galo. Eu estou com o mouse em cima dele e ele não clica. Ele está
I
desabilitado,
cannot
eu acho.
find the share screen option.
Em último caso, eu passo a apresentação para você, você compartilha
If
para mim.
anything, maybe I can send you, Fernando, my presentation, and you can
Eu vou
share it.
compartilhar com você aqui agora.
Yeah, let's
E
do
você
that.
compartilha
One
para mim
moment,
porque o botão não
please.
está aparecendo.
I don't know why I'm not getting the option to share.
Vou passar pelo Instagram. Só um minutinho, pessoal. Problema técnico aqui que a gente já vai resolver.
So we're trying to solve these technical issues.
Tarek? Tarek, pode me ouvir?
Oi,
Tarek, can you hear me?
Eu te escrevi por
tô
e-mail.
ouvindo, tô ouvindo.
Can you hear me?
Pode me enviar por e-mail, por
ouvindo.
favor, se você não conseguir compartilhar.
Oi,
You can
Alice.
send the presentation to me if you cannot manage to share.
Tá bom.
Tem que ser rapidinho.
But
Não, eu
quickly,
já tô compartilhando
please.
com o Galo, ele compartilha para mim aqui, é mais fácil.
O Alice não
Obrigado.
consegue permitir ele compartilhar?
Tenha
If
permissão, é
anything,
algum problema aí que talvez vocês não estejam vendo.
I
mas
already
ele
gave you
aqui tá
permission,
permitido.
but maybe you're not seeing it. He's already authorized to share his screen.
Ele tá, o botão ele tá desabilitado para mim.
Apparently, it's not available for me.
Galo, eu passei o arquivo aí.
Gallo, you already have it?
Tá aí, Tarek.
Beleza.
There it is.
Obrigado. Então, pessoal, a
Thank
gente
you.
vai falar sobre a CPR digital. A CPR,
Okay, so now we're going to talk about CPR Digital. It is one of the financing, rural financing means for medium and big producers. We have many transactions at CPR, and we were able to develop this model of CPR digital model that can be carried out from WhatsApp in the bank and using also the bank's app.
Então, o conceito é uma nova opção do banco para
The
facilitar a emissão
concept
da CPR para
is
futuras
an
especificamente
idea
soja,
of
milho,
the bank
algodão,
to
intruma,
facilitate
café, cana-de-açúcar
the
e boi
emission
gordo, que
of a
são as maiores
CPR
culturas
for
que a gente tem no produto
soy,
CPR, que a gente tem CPR
cotton,
disponível, né? Então, as
coffee,
maiores culturas já estão
sugarcane, among others
habilitadas para
that we
fazer
have
a
available
CPR digital.
immediately. Those have been enabled so that they can be carried out
A
digitally.
finalidade é disponibilizar os recursos financeiros
The
para o
objective
produtor rural
is
com lapso em
to
produção
make
do
financial
pecuário
resources
pendente. Então, ele
available
vai,
to the rural producer in the
de acordo com a
case
produção que ele
of
tem pendente,
the
ele vai conseguir emitir
pending
uma célula
agricultural,
em
depending on
favor
the
do banco
or the
para
product
conseguir
or
antecipar os
outstanding
recursos para
product.
poder utilizar naquilo
They
que ele
will
precisar naquele momento.
anticipate the
É importante a
resources
gente destacar que a CPR
and
ela
they
não
can
tem
use
destinação
those
específica,
resources
então ele vai
that
receber o
they're
dinheiro na
asking
conta e ele
for
pode
in
usar
whatever they need.
para
There's
qualquer
no
coisa que ele
specific
precise ou
need.
que ele queira
They
fazer
can
naquele
use it
momento.
for
Então, é muito
anything that they
simplificado
might need
o
at that
processo,
moment.
inclusive com
It is
relação à
very
utilização do
simple. The
crédito, né?
process is
E
quite
a gente está
simple.
falando de CPR
Even
financeira.
in
Nesse
terms
caso,
of
a
the
gente
use
não
of the
tem
credit,
CPR
this
física,
is a
é só a
financial
CPR financeira
CPR.
que a
It's not a
gente está
physical
emitindo e
CPR,
fazendo pelo
only
aplicativo.
financial
Pode
CPR.
passar, Gal.
And that's what we are
Como
enabling through the
funciona?
app.
Aqui eu vou, ao invés
How
de ler, eu
does
vou
it work?
resumir para vocês,
Well,
usando fica mais fácil. O produtor ele precisa ir na agência uma vez só.
the
Porque o que que
producer
ele vai fazer?
has to
Quando ele
go
vai na
to
agência,
the
ele vai
bank
apresentar qual a cultura dele, qual a área que ele
branch
tem,
one
qual
time.
a garantia que ele está
They
usando, e ele vai
present
contratar
the
técnico
area,
de
the
CPR.
crop,
Nesse
the
momento, ele não está
guarantee or
emitindo uma
collateral they may
CPR.
have,
Então, ele
and they're
contrata
going to do
técnico
a
X de
CPR
CPR
contract.
e ele fica com aquele limite
They will do
disponível
an
para
X or Y
utilizar, para
contract, and
emitir a
they're going to
CPR
have
quantas vezes
this
precisar
amount
durante o período de
available
vigência do teto.
to
Qual
use
a grande
and
facilidade?
to
Ele vai uma vez
be
só
able
na
to
agência,
issue
vai
as
apresentar
many IDs as
essas
he or she
informações,
needs. So they only
assina
have
o
to go
contrato
to the
de teto,
branch
registra
one
dependendo da
time
garantia
to
que ele oferecer, faz o
sign the
registro, e
contract,
aí a
provide the
partir desse
information
momento ele
needed,
está, durante
sign,
toda a vigência do teto,
present the
habilitado
collateral,
para imprimir,
and as of
para
that
emitir as
moment, this
cédulas
person
diretamente no
will
WhatsApp
be
ou no aplicativo
enabled
do
to
banco.
issue IDs immediately at the bank apps
Condições negociais. O
or
público atende
the
produtor rural,
WhatsApp.
pessoa física. A
So
gente ainda não tem
the
para pessoa jurídica. Nesse momento, a gente está fazendo para produtores
the
pessoa física,
negotiating conditions,
exceto
we don't
produtores
have
da
this
agricultura
for
familiar,
any
que não
legal
é
persons,
público-alvo dessa
only
linha.
for
Então, a gente está
individuals
falando de médio,
or for
grande e médio
family
produtores para fazer a
producers.
CPR. A
We
finalidade,
are
como a gente
talking only
disse, é
about
obter recurso
mid-size and
financeiro por meio
big-size
da
producers,
negociação da
not the
CPR
family
financeira com
producers
laço na
or
produção.
family agriculture
O
producers.
prazo de
So
reposição, o prazo de
the
pagamento, ele pode fazer de no mínimo
payback
20 dias e até
term
720
maybe
dias. Então, ele
minimum
pode
20
emitir
days
uma
and
CPR até
maximum
720 dias. E
720
aqui é
days.
interessante a gente
You
dizer
can have
que ele pode
CPRs up
emitir
to
até no último dia da
720
vigência do
days,
teto dele uma
and you
CPR para
can issue it
720
even
dias.
the
Então, ele
very
tem
last
aí
day
o
of the
prazo
term.
dos 720 dias do teto, e se ele emitir
So
no último dia,
you
ele tem
have
mais 720
720
dias para
days
pagar
as
a
the
CPR.
max,
As
but you
condições de
can
juro
extend it for
em cima do
another
depósito programado
720
CDI,
days.
mais
The
uma
interest
sobretaxa ou
conditions
uma
is
taxa prefixada,
CDI
dependendo
plus
do perfil do
an
cliente, dependendo do
overrate or a
tipo de cultura.
prefixed rate,
E a
depending on
contratação
the
é feita
profile of
pelo
the customer,
aplicativo do banco, que ele já usa
and
normalmente para
the
as transações financeiras
agreement
dele,
is
ou
done
pelo
via
WhatsApp
the
oficial do banco.
bank's
Então,
app
é
or
muito mais
via
fácil do
WhatsApp,
que
the
procurar uma
official
agência
WhatsApp of the bank.
fisicamente.
It's very easy, and they don't have then to
E
go
aqui os grandes
physically to the
diferenciais da
bank's
solução, né? A
branch.
flexibilidade, porque ele pode
The
emitir uma CPR até às
differential
18
for the
horas
solution is its
direto do
flexibility
smartphone
because
dele
you
e
can
pode
issue
emitir
CPRs
quando
even
ele
up to
quiser
6
e quando for
p.m. from your
necessário para ele
smartphone, and you can
utilizar
also issue it at any time you may need based on the needs of your activity. So let's say you want to do something very quickly and you don't have access to the bank, you can do it from your cell phone with the CPR, and then you get the transaction in your account, and then you can conclude the business that you are doing. So it's very easy because you only have to go to the branch once, and it's quite agile because you can use that from the very same moment. That definitely gives it a facility and agile nature to it. And then simplification, because not only do you only have to go to the branch once, you also have a tap for this, and everything is in your app. There's no interference with bank staff members to what your limits are. And you also can get in touch, or you can also hire or through your phone and your WhatsApp. One of the greatest success of this product, we apologize, the communication cut off for a moment. So 83% of CPR of physical individuals issued last year was done through the digital CPR without having the person's physical presence at the branches. So that's the end of my presentation, and I am open to your questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tarek. We're going to ask questions. We're going to leave the questions for the end of the panel. So now we're going to give the opportunity to Jose Renato Navarrete. Jose Renato is a technological of Enfira. And Jose Renato, go ahead. You have 10 minutes. Thank you, Carolina. Dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure to greet you from Morelia, Mexico. I thank you for the invitation to your panel. I want to share with you one of the projects in terms of technological innovation that we are pushing from FIRA, and that this is one of the things that we want to materialize with digital technologies and innovative technologies in finances. So first of all, I would just like to give you some background. The trusts in agriculture, FIRA has been assisting the rural agri-food businesses for 70 years in Mexico. This is an institution that was administered by the Bank of Mexico and the Secretary of the Treasury. Our business model is quite particular. We're at the second-tier development bank. We provide financial services, particularly for funding and collateral through a network of financial intermediaries, both bank and non-bank related, which provide producers to financial options and technical assistance. And then through this intermediary network, we handle all the entire network and production for agriculture, livestock, forestry, and different types of activities in these areas. And so one of the main objectives that FIRA has as a development bank is a promotion in financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is, as said before, that during this meeting is key because the relationship that exists between the exclusion from the formal banking system and poverty. And so in other countries in our region, some advances have been made to reduce the financial gap for inclusion between the rural and the urban areas. But there is still a gap. There's much left to be done so that the producers of the rural sector particularly may have access to the financial services that enable them to transform themselves and generate economic and social development in the different locations. But as we have said, as Kate mentioned during her presentation, there are some very important barriers of small and medium-sized producers of SMEs in Mexico and the region. First of all, we have the infrastructure problems. As it was mentioned a moment ago, there are very high costs for maintenance, and there are high costs that institutions have to bear to reach small producers, particularly in countries such as big as Mexico or others in the region. Also, there is another problem of information. We don't have information on the different risks in the agri-food system sector. Is one with the highest risk because it deals with economic, financial, climatic, systematic issues. We don't have the credit history of producers. The smaller producers have very little experience in the financial system. There's no history for them in the bank. They don't have necessarily the title of their deed or the deeds of their properties. And so these are big obstacles in this sense. And they have also difficulties in also proving what their income is because they don't have financial statements. And it's very hard to link their production history, their income with the seasonality of the agri-food cycle. So again, all of this together leads to very low availability of credit and high financing costs because of the lack of this information. And so all these elements are then translated in a risk perception that is quite high. If we were to contrast this against other types of financing, for example, consumption, mortgage, payroll, and consumption, we see that because of this lack of information and because of this high cost for supervision, it's definitely high risk, and this limits the possibility for financial institutions to address and support these producers. Another important topic is this change of paradigm in terms of technological innovations that are available in the market and that allow us to think that we can transform the business processes not only within financial institutions but also for producers so that we can promote sustainability and inclusion. These tools that are developed within the framework of Agriculture 4.0 and financial technology of the SynTech systems, this is something that we had never seen before in the banking system to promote their adoption so that financial institutions can have the necessary tools to assess producers in a better way, to manage the risks in a better way, to have very strong tools that allow them to have a better attention towards the agri-food sector and have access to credit. So FIRA, as a development bank, has acknowledged this potential benefit of technologies, and we want to bring them closer through this Agritech Nexus. Agritech Nexus is a digital platform, and the different users, producers, financial institutions, consultants, and the public in general can go to this platform and discover the different services available for their different needs. Here, what we seek is for users to be able to find in one single place all the information of the services that they can hire to improve their production processes. So this is quite an ambitious project because we want to upload the different solutions available in terms of spatial and agroclimatic services, market or information, logistics, training, and any other sort of service that may provide a solution to the challenges that financial institutions and producers face on their day-to-day life. This Agritech Nexus would be the Apple TV of technological services of the agricultural sector in Mexico. We like that analogy because in one single place you will be able to hire the services, look at the scope, the added value, the cost. You'll be able to have the contact information of suppliers to ask questions. You'll also be able to hire the different platforms from Agritech Nexus. And this project is promoted as a digital public infrastructure to serve participants of the agri-food value network as well as the general public. We think it's a replicable and scalable model, and so we're going to hope it's going to have a significant impact in the agri-food chain, but also in the financial system that cares for it. This is quite an ambitious project. We want to integrate the different offer of services available in the market. For example, in this panel, we have Belgium Elcor, that is a company that FIRA has worked with previously. We have also had a contact with them, but we want to get closer to them, closer to those companies that offer solutions in any category, services directly to the producer or financial services that might help financial institutions with innovative solutions to improve their production processes. But we have undertaken this challenge from a very comprehensive perspective. We know that the fact that the information is there is not enough for producers and companies to adopt this technology. We are accompanying this platform with financial support to reduce the adoption cost of technologies, with training and knowledge transfer schemes, so that producers and financial institutions can feel certain about the services that they will be obtaining because of the use of these technologies. And we're also aligning our internal policy, financial internal policy, so that this can become something natural and organic for all financing resources available in the agri-food and rural areas of Mexico. So with this, we want to move this perception of risk that we have on agricultural credit to move it to those risks. Imagine what financial institutions do with 20 years of history through the satellite images of a lot. And you can see the different technologies available. So with this, we want for the perception of risk to be reduced, and we also want to have a very clear vision for them to materialize the benefits of technological benefits for a greater inclusion. With this technology, we want the financial institutions to integrate new risk analysis models that will enable them to integrate people who are traditionally excluded, for them to reduce their risk in monitoring of the credits, for them to generate new products and adequate services to the different economic and productive realities of producers, for them to manage the risk better so that we can assure financial sustainability and the resilience of the sector and its inhabitants, to create new opportunities and growth and business for the financial institutions, and in general to have a agri-food system that is more prosperous and an inclusive and sound financial system. AgriTech Nexus is already available. I invite you to visit us at this link, and I thank all the participants of this forum, and I urge you to talk with us in order to strengthen these type of initiatives and seize all the advantages of technology. Thank you very much. I'm at your service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose Renato. I love that Apple TV technological service for Mexican agro. Very good. Okay, now we will continue with Christian Reyes. He currently works at the digital credit area of Interactora, Colombian company, one of the winners of this edition, and drives by innovative financial solutions aimed at fostering inclusion and strengthening small startups. Go ahead, Christian. Hello, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to begin by interacting while the presentation is put up on the screen. We are an NGO that has been in the market for more than 40 years. We are in charge of supporting business development of small and micro business persons in Colombia, micro SMEs. We have helped more than 450,000 small businesses, agro, urban, in all areas. Just to give you an idea of the context in Colombia, where we move around, more than 90% of the business tissue in Colombia is micro and small businesses, micro SMEs, and we developed the local GDP down two different lines. One, through productive credit, we have a medium size, and the second is that we support them. We realize that just giving them the money is not a miracle. We have to support them, right? We have to teach them how to manage things and check the fate of that credit and show them how to manage their business. Last week, I had the opportunity to be at a Congress in Barranquilla, Colombia, where we were given very interesting information. And there's a mistake in the first one, but we were talking about the importance of methods of payment. In Colombia, there's currently a boom in methods of payment, the digital wallets, and 85% of the adults has at least a digital wallet. It is not 95 as it says here, but instead 85. But when we see access to formal credit, only 33% of these adults have access to formal credit. And if we talk about agro-rurality, we don't even have any data for that. So this is not a negligible challenge. And when we see farmers or growers like this man here to the right, they do not own the land. So when they go to the bank, it is very costly. The distances, this has been mentioned once and again today. They need guarantees and support like that. So we have taken all these lessons and started to define. Okay, so allow me to begin with a story. Her name is Marta Cecilia, 59 years old, socioeconomic levels 1 or 2. She lives in Zaragoza. She's an agribusiness person. Zaragoza is very far away, very distant, out in the rural areas. She's a coffee grower. So when we see her attributes, she's not very digital, but we do need to reach her somehow. She needs a bit of assistance. Perhaps she's not digital, but her daughter or her son or her grandson is digital. So there we begin to see this new generation, new opportunities that we can tap. The fate of these funds are basically for agricultural purposes, and the ticket is between $800 and $1,000. Here we create digital credit with them, where each field was thought for them to better understand it. When we're talking about the design of people, well, they work in the field. If you see, they have WhatsApp wherever they are, and that provides better assistance. There is a self-assistance part, and this is where we come into the story here, a virtual call. At our organization, we are creating a credit simulator. With all these 40 years of experience, we have developed a checklist of things to do. This is prehistory along with what we have seen right today. And we are tapping this, but we turned this all into something digital. So now in the field, we can have two things. The business persons, they can begin to upload and self-manage their system. And those that do not, we have to go turn our advisors into more productive. We have 200 technical experts that help these business persons out in the field, teaching them how to use WhatsApp, teaching them how to use a digital tool or open an email account. So here we saw a very interesting opportunity. And we advanced with the parametric insurance. This morning, we heard a very interesting presentation on climate. In over 2 years, we have supported these financial products and credit along with parametric insurance that protects them against climate and that can do away with the hurdle to guarantees. So we have done something very interesting. I want you here to see this is an actual phone call of a case where Mayeri Sanid, she has chicken and you can see the photograph to the left of a young fellow. He is our advisor. Sometimes his productivity out in the field is close to 15, 27 credits. There are months with 40 credits, and that reduces cost of microfinance, as Kate was mentioning, and through technology, we can convey this to the business sector. There's something common in the two cases I am sharing. Yesterday, when we heard Rosa mentioned that at the University of Córdoba, I said, do not forget to put a face to the solutions we are developing. Well, these are the faces of the people we are supporting. Use the face of another person. You have no idea of the impact these people have when they have a beautiful crop. This is very valuable empowerment they feel. And we do not lose that proximity and that contact of interactions. Credits $700, $500. Here we can have the soursop, the passion fruit plantation. And this does not only apply to credit. We have a journey map through capsules and micro capsules focused on courses, small little tips of climate resilience. One is on conservation, adaptation, and mitigation. This we do through the parametric insurance so they can become aware of the importance of being protected against the weather effects and have access to credit and develop a financial track record. People we saw before do not have credit. So that is why it is important to resort to all these methods. What are we headed to? We would like to elaborate on this. We want to upscale this to 3,000 business persons in 2 years, credit insurance, and a digital proposal that builds business capacity and improve the productivity of our field advisors, and the hybrid element nowadays will basically help us go to where we want to go. The agro-digital credit returns dignity and opportunities to small growers, which are oftentimes excluded in major projects. So here we have some words of appreciation for the people that are with us. We have been working with IDB Lab, Incofin, SSNUP, so that is our experience. Thank you. Thank you very much, Christian. Very interesting, particularly to see the faces of those that are benefiting from this. And I do believe that around this table to see Agritech Nexus and how they have worked with the Bank of Brazil. This is all very important and a big challenge at the same time. I believe that part of the exercise during the Digital Agriculture Week is precisely to share all of those experiences. Congratulations and thank you for your presentation. And now let us continue with Sandra Rubio from IMIXA Casavia. She is the founder and leader of this Colombian corporation, business winner of this edition. And from here, they are developing social innovation and technology to strengthen local economy. So go ahead, Sandra. It is a pleasure to be in such an interesting panel. We come from the fintech world and from the tech side of the fintech world, digital payment and financing platforms. And our objective is to cover that last mile in digital and co-responsibility in the aging banking of your report. So we fell in love with the possibility of cover the last mile in rurality for small growers. And let me tell you a bit about what has happened, basically the developing of a platform called Casavia, which means here we give credit, very close to our hearts at this time. And this is not clicking. Okay, here we go. Luz, this lady here is very poor. She lives very far away. She is involved in apiculture, bee production, and basically sometimes she cannot harvest because she does not have the money to pay for the transportation of her honey to the collection center. And so she works now with us, and thanks to the platform Casavia, as it is called in Spanish here we grant credit. For the first time, she had credit to a form of credit. but directly at a place, trustworthy place, through the cooperative or association of producers, where they additionally purchase her honey. So she goes to this place, and here they had known her for many years. So she trusts that place, and they say, Mia, you should have so many additional wax layers. We need to correct this, and I can lend you, give you this credit, and you pay it back when you sell your product. And so we have tapped that, and Luz can produce much more. The buyer has greater production, and everybody wins. So here, what we do is not only do we finance individuals, but also productive relationships down that last mile. It's the clicker is, well, okay. Luz's issue is very widespread, very common. I believe in the last report, we saw that only about 8% of the productive credit really reach rural areas. And this is a food security issue at the same time, not only due to access to financing, but also price and access to premium markets and prices. Next. So what we do is that in a hybrid model, which is digital and relation-based, digital and a fintech technology, which is what we do. In the flow, we have an interaction of different elements of the productive chain, the buyer in the ecosystem, the association of producers, and we turn alternative data. Basically, we see the behavior, productivity, and reputation into a parametric scoring based on production data and trust. That last mile. And what we do is generate some models of a scaled credit supported by technical assistance of the cooperatives. And since it's the co-responsibility chain, we create the ability to provide funding and support within the cooperative itself, ensuring traceability, simple and digital. Thank you. This is how the process works. So here we come. In a productive chain, we talk to partners, buyers, distributors, associations, growers associations, or producers associations. We explain what the process is like. And in that space of trust in the last mile, the cooperative or agro-input distributor offers the growers the need for the inputs and the possibility to finance them. I will give you the money and the credit, and you pay me during harvest. And this is also supported by a series of other contracts and insurance, and we have a maximum amount of the credit, ensuring they can pay this through this, pay for this through 1 or 2 harvests at the most, so that we can subtract everything, and it will be used multiple times. And I fund X amount of money, more based on funding the interactions in the ecosystem. And lastly, I subtract this from your sale of the inputs. So we send this up in a honey production operation that started a year ago with the support of a Swiss fund, one of the biggest buyers of honey in Colombia. And the first thing we did was design a financial product that could be paid back with the harvest. And then we talked to the cooperatives and came up with a project. And in the first year of the project, we have benefited 2,200 beneficiaries. There's only one lady of all of these that has not yet paid. So this is wonderful portfolio. Basically, this represents an increase in sales, greater volume of production for the entire chain, also in different rural areas. basically the whole chain also comes out the winner. With more production, they can say, okay, we have a database of how far we have to go, but they say, okay, do not go here or that. The knowledge of the rural areas basically flows to us. Next slide. And we increase the sale of inputs, and this supports the entire chain. Let me tell you a bit about us. We have an iMix. We operate in Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Guatemala. Next. And our business model is business to business, SaaS, connecting all Latin America. Next. So what we do is that we have all technologies to create the digital system, connect this to different platforms and provide education channels, self-service, interconnecting communities. Next. And at this time, what we want to do is work what we are doing, and that is why we are here. So glad to be here, by the way. We want to reach 100 beneficiaries, 100,000 beneficiaries of credit. The first ones are avocado coffee, which is very important in Colombia, as well as cocoa. And we are working with insurance agencies, guarantors, and funders so that we can fund $5 million in the near future. These projects, next slide, we have implemented or enabled in pilot projects in other countries also. This reality, this methodology, and this ability to reach hybrid, reach relational, and produce funding in the productive chain will help the productive chain, and we are very excited to make this possible. And this part about what credit product, what funding is a conversation we want to continue having with other actors in this space. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sandra. Okay, two things you mentioned of finance, productive relationships based on trust and data. These are two very powerful concepts of the work you are all doing. And now our last speaker from Mexico is Aaron Sandoval Velcourt, a Mexican fintech in the agriculture sector, offering financing, distribution of agricultural inputs through supply chains. Okay, Aaron. Okay, there you go.
Perfecto.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Gracias, mucho gusto
Thank you, thank you.
Les voy a platicar un poquito lo que hacemos en
Allow me
Vercor. Gracias por
to
la
tell you
introducción.
what we do at Vercor. Thank you
Por
for
dar
the
un poquito de
introduction.
contexto de cómo
Let me
están
put in
los agronegocios
context
en México.
what agribusiness is like in
También ya vimos un
Mexico.
poquito de eso en la presentación de FIRA.
We saw this
Es
in a
una industria
previous
que nunca se
presentation
detiene.
also,
Nosotros
but this
siempre empezamos
industry
con
never
eso, porque es
stops.
una
We
industria
always start
que
by
está
saying
muy
that this
olvidada,
is
muy
an industry
desatendida,
very
pero es una industria que
ignored, but
siempre
is
está
an
activa,
industry
siempre
that
está en
is
proceso de
always
crecimiento
active in
y
continuous
a
growth,
nosotros pues nunca nos falta la
and
comida en nuestra mesa, ¿no?
we
Entonces es una
always have
industria
food
que
on our
necesita
table.
mucha
So
atención.
this industry
En
requires a
temas de
lot of attention.
financiamiento,
As to
muy
financing,
pocos agricultores en México tienen
very
acceso a
few
un financiamiento
farmers
formal. Por lo
have
general, se
access
llegan a
to
financiar
farm
con los mismos empaques, con las comercializadoras
credit. They
o ellos
basically
desde
work with the
Entonces,
marketers or with
es una
coyotes
industria
in
que
Mexico.
está
So this is
muy
an
desconectada, que
industry
es
that is
informal
very
y que todavía es
disconnected, is
bastante análogo,
informal,
que
quite
eso mismo
analog.
es algo
And
que
this
los
is
mismos
something
bancos
that
están,
the banks themselves
pues, que lo han hecho así los bancos.
have turned it
De
into
esa
that.
idea nace Vercor, que es el
So
crédito
that
más
is
rápido y
why
seguro para los
Vercor
productores, por eso
originated, the
100%
fastest
digital
and
y es un
the
crédito
best
100% adaptado
credit,
a las necesidades de los
100%
agricultores.
adapted to farmer
Entendimos
needs.
perfecto qué era lo que
We
necesitaban
perfectly
todos los
understood
segmentos,
what
toda la
they need,
industria
how the
y
industry
armamos
is
un producto
connected,
a
and we
medida de
set up
todos.
this product tailored to
Un
everyone.
pequeño ejemplo de
An
por qué los
example of
agricultores
why
están eligiendo Vercor
growers,
sobre otras
our
opciones
producers
como
are
bancos
choosing
tradicionales o
Vercor
mexicanos o
over
formas cajas
others.
populares. El tiempo de
The
análisis,
traditional
nosotros
methods.
tenemos un
The time
análisis
of analysis,
alternativo
our alternative
ya apalancado
analysis
con AI, con machine learning,
leveraged with
tomamos un
machine learning
análisis
and
más
AI because
productivo
we
del
use a more
agricultor y
productive
no tanto
analysis of
financiero.
producers, not so
Muchas
much
veces en México
financial.
los productores
Oftentimes in
tienen
Mexico,
pequeñas deudas
producers
sin nivel
have
de crédito, ya sea
bits of
por, nos ha tocado
credit
hasta de
in credit
$100 de más
bureaus
por
up
el
to
celular,
$100
productor
for their
factura
cell phone.
2, 3 millones de dólares
but they basically sell $2-3 million per year. So, and traditional banking, because of that indicator, basically take longer. This is a digital process, 100% as compared to a bank, where their analysis takes 2-3 months, back and forth, documents here, but documents there, and the audited financial statements. Obviously, these growers do not have. Some do have an auditor, plus all the documents that have to go to the branch offices, and they have to move around half an hour or 1 hour just to turn the documents in, and then they have to go back a couple of weeks later to see if there's an answer. That takes up a lot of time. And if it is approved, oftentimes they no longer need the credit then for their production. Our terms are 100% applied to productive part, the inputs, cashless. We do not give producers the money directly. That is one of our insurances to ensure the credit is used productively. We work with the buyers of their product so that once the producer delivers or hands over their harvest, we can collect from there without shortening their time frames or limiting their purchases of other products. This is 100% digital. They do not need to go to branch offices, and our sales representative is supporting them at all times. We already have a network of discounts with agricultural input distributors, and this benefit is passed on to the farmers. How to access to this? By paying the producer cashless, we can negotiate better prices for them. The process is quite simple. The producer enters to Vercor.com, enters the personal information, selects or provides basic information. We have a lot of contact with the credit bureau and SAP. So what we analyze is basically the relationship between the producer and the buyer. This is the guarantee we have. We ask for no mortgage or liquid guarantee because it is very difficult for us to move all the business model and then charge for tractors in dangerous areas in Mexico. No, for the producer that has a formal buyer, has an active relationship over the years, that in itself is enough guarantee that we need. And we sign a partnership with this vendor, and we close the productive cycle. We do not request any type of support. Our credit is from $700 to $250,000. The renewal is almost automatic. And since this productive credit, the first purchase to be made is the agricultural insurance, and this another protection for us. And we ensure that in the event of any weather issue, the insurance will cover that part. How does it work? How do we use all major players to grow? Once a producer receives approval on the platform, they place their input order in Vercor. We pay the distributor cash. The producer picks up the inputs, which is step D. The producers already know who they want to work with, who their trusted provider is. Perhaps relationships have lasted 10, 15 years already, and they can go to the distributor in our own network or to wherever they please. And then the harvest comes, they deliver their harvest, and we collect from and we close the line. One of the biggest challenges we have come across is gaining customers, and we take advantage of the relationship with input distributors. The only people that enter these stores are farmers. So we have this referral market where distributors can send us their referred producers, and they apply for credit. And if they are approved, there's a commission for that store, that retailer, and benefit also because of cash payments. So, and we are working with a very good relationships with berry distributors, for example, perhaps the 10 most important ones in Mexico, and with other producers. So these are very good channels, as opposed to whether we go to digital channels. But we have a higher volume of producers that we cannot neglect at this time. This is an impact at the level of the entire industry. We give flexible credit in time, perhaps in a matter of 72 hours, as I said, and so they can use it when they need it without having to wait for months for approval. And then once it approved, they no longer need it. And we include them in the financial system. If there's no formal buyer, we can connect them to someone in our network. And we continue to grow. Distributors have liquidity, access to new customers, and they cease to have credit risk because many of these credits is almost they're negligible as risk-wise. And we ensure they have these lines of credit. And so everybody has to no longer worry about them. They can have commissions also for different sales. Off-takers will have access to all the traceability, all the information of producers that we have. I forgot to mention before, in insurance and risk, how we go about this analysis. We also have satellite monitoring of their plots, and they share their coordinates. We verify that they are in the right place, and we monitor this almost daily, and gives us an automatic warning should there be any problem with flooding or sudden temperature drops. We can see whether they have already sowed. So that is insurance. Basically, this gives us certainty. And if there is any question, we talk to the insurance company immediately and talk to farmers also at the same time. Sometimes they do not inform us of a given event, and it is sometimes very difficult. So we ensure at all times that credit is productive. We want to ensure the use of inputs. All this relationship we have with the off-takers has led us to have basically people in arrears representing only 2% of our revenue.
In terms of sustainability, 74% of our clients transition to formal economy. We try to make sure that all our farmers are starting generative practices, and only this year we have been able to finance $5 million. We have matched over 900 producers. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Aaron. And in the case of your presentation, I would like to highlight the impact that you are having in the entire production chain and how this impact goes beyond what's financial and includes all these other sustainable practices and transition towards the formal economy. We have a few minutes, as I have said before. We were gonna have some time for Q&A. So thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for all the presentations. I would like to focus on the last two, the one by Sandra and Aaron, because I think they show some similar things. The question is, I have Sandra's data that said in the pilot project, you had a single producer that did not pay. So this trust relationship that you managed to have both at Berkshire and Amyx, how do you attain that with the commercial chain of input for the agricultural sector? Because you need to know what happens there, because that has an impact on producers. So I think That is a strategic point, and I think it's quite good. I would like to know how you did that. I've seen this in Argentina. One of the problems that we have in our regional economies is that the financing does not come from any bank, and nobody wants to take a risk. The hectares are larger, there's more extension, and nobody wants to finance many of the producers who need it. So it's like this is a hamster wheel. The banks daring or not daring, and any fintech or fintech agtech always fearful adding them. So these are good experiences. Maybe you can tell us about this more. Yes, thank you very much for your question. Let me answer that. That was one of the main challenges we had at the beginning, the part of trusting a new company, 100% digital. And this sounded like a fraud, pretty much too good to be true for many of the farmers. So we leveraged the relationships that exist with the off-taker. Let me give you the example of the Modelo group. The person can go and ask whether they know Vercor, if Vercor is a safe company, and that helped us at the beginning. That's why we first wanted to establish partnerships with strong companies so that they can give us access to their producers and deal with this issue of trust. Something else that has helped us greatly in the past few months, and I think I also mentioned this in my presentation, that it's important to give a face to the company. We have been developing some mini events where we go to a certain area in Mexico and we connect with the distributors, with exporters, with traders that we have there, and we organize a mini event so that they can see us and ask their questions directly to us. So this is like a word of mouth type of physical thing, and it has worked. It's a bit scalable. We leverage and they get to know us firsthand. But yes, the basic model is 100% digital, and we just need to put a face to it in certain events. Yes, and elaborating on what Aaron just said, same thing. What we have done is to walk the walk from the buyers, and different from what Vercor is doing is that we're developing a model that we know very well and had developed relationships with producers associations and cooperatives, so to put the financing capacity within the technical and existing technical and commercial relationship that already exists. So all of this has been planted this way, or planned this way. The extensionist of the producer association or the salesperson of the agricultural inputs has the capacity to introduce the customer, refer its product, transfer that possibility to us so that we can mobilize the resources. So the technical term would be finances without beverages. So any other question in the room? We still have 5 minutes to go, or 5 minutes left. Hello, I'm Priscilla from AgroTracy. I have a question for my Brazilian colleagues and one for Aaron, because we have two extremes. We have a bank such as a large bank, the Brazil Bank, which is the most representative one for rural credit, and we always remember it. And the producers that I know, they have access to their credits, but Aaron, who has this microcredit program, would be, I would have the same question. We have the apps, and let's say we also work with technical assistance. So would there be a possibility to work with the intelligence of the data? We collect the data, but how can we integrate that to other apps of technical assistance out there? And how can we optimize the availability to other suppliers?
Deixa eu começar, por favor, aqui.
Okay, I'm gonna start, please. When we talk about the Bank of Brazil, even though it is a huge bank, it is also the bank of family agriculture. Just for you to have an idea, around 62% of all contracts belong to family agriculture. We had about 400,000 contracts there. And for family agriculture, we can facilitate the hiring of operations. We take a budget to the small clients developed by the bank's agronomist network, and we try to accompany these projects and so that they can have access to the credit. That's one of the examples when we talk about small farmers. Now, the differentiated way in which we operate with them.
Não,
I don't know
ainda
if you have
complementando
anything
isso que
else
você
to
está
elaborate on
falando,
that.
é interessante a gente dizer que a gente tem
Well,
os
elaborating
nossos
on what you just said,
correspondentes, né, Galo? Que eles já têm
we
os
have
APNIs, que são os assessores
our
do agronegócio,
correspondents
que
who
já
are
são também
advisors
assistência
of
técnica,
the
eles podem já
agribusiness,
acolher a proposta do
and they
produtor diretamente
provide
por lá.
technical
Então,
assistance,
ele faz essa
and
ligação
they
dos
go to
dados
the
que vem lá
producer,
com a
they
tecnologia do banco,
get the
com
proposal,
plataforma do
and
banco.
with the
Então,
banking
além dessa questão que o
technology
Galo falou
and
da
the
simplicidade
bank's
para os pequenos,
platform, they
a gente consegue
do
fazer
go
com que
ahead and
ele
do it.
tenha tudo isso
So
num
we
local
wanted it
só.
to
São
be
esses
easy enough
correspondentes que a
for
gente
small
agrega
farmers, and
tanto
we
ao
want
acolhimento da
everything to
proposta
be
quanto a
located in a
prestação de
single
assistência
place.
técnica. Então, isso
So
acho
you
bem
have the proposal
em cima
together
da pergunta que a professora
with
fez.
the technical
Isso, aí só
assistance
falando desses parceiros
service.
agro, né? Hoje a gente tem quase 5
And
mil
talking
parceiros
about
agros,
those
que são empresas
agricultural
aí de
customers, we
assistência
have
técnica que estão
almost
credenciadas
5,000
no banco, né? E hoje
agricultural
o Banco do
customers
Brasil
who
atende
are already
96%
registered
dos
at the
municípios do
bank.
Brasil. Então, assim,
And
todo
today
local
we
onde tem
take care of
crédito rural, a gente
96%
consegue
of
estar
all
junto. E
Brazilian
sem
municipalities.
a
So
tecnologia, sem a
we have
simplificação
rural
do
credit,
processo e sem a questão de
and with
compliance,
this we
isso
can
não
go
seria
help
possível.
them facilitate the process. And without the compliance certification, that wouldn't be possible.
Muchas gracias, Fernando y Tarek.
Thank you,
Podemos dar
Fernando
por
and
concluido
Tarek.
nuestro panel. Muchísimas
We're going to
gracias a todos
conclude
los
with our panel
panelistas
with
que nos
this.
acompañaron
Thank you
esta
to all the
tarde y
panel
a todos
members who
ustedes por
joined
su
us this
atención.
afternoon and
Gracias.
to the participants for their attention. Thank you very much.
A gente agradece.
Same here.
Hola a todos.
Hello, everyone. Now we're going to go downstairs for our coffee break and also to look at the posters that I believe you saw are downstairs. And there we have an activity for the posters. Each one of you will receive 2 stickers. And the idea is for you to talk to the people there who are next to the